I call the members to order. And the first item on our agenda is questions to the First Minister, and the first question is from Claire Griffith.
Thank you, Llywydd. Will the First Minister make a statement on the impact of Brexit on further and higher education?
We address the implications of Brexit for post-compulsory education in our white paper, Securing Wales's Future, and identify priorities for negotiations. We continue to press for these priorities in discussions with United Kingdom government officials.
In the Assembly, you told us that you and your government had no plans for the Welsh NHS if there was to be, as is of course increasingly likely now, a no-deal Brexit. In fact, your exact words were, there's no planning for a no-deal Brexit. It's more like people running around in circles screaming. There are no plans at all for it. Now, I'm not sure that's the kind of leadership that the people of Wales expected from somebody who stood on a promise of standing up for Wales. But if you have no plan for the NHS, could you tell us whether that's also the case for Welsh universities and Welsh colleges in the face of a no-deal Brexit? And if it is, when exactly would you expect the HE and FE sector to start running around in circles screaming?
Well, the member's been mischievous. He knows full well I was referring to the UK government and not the Welsh government, as he knows. But there's the mischief. But he asked a question: what is the situation in terms of what we've done? Well, we have the European Advisory Group bringing together business leaders, representatives from universities, trades unions, agriculture, public services, politicians and the third sector. We have a higher education Brexit working group with senior representatives from the HE and FE sectors. They are providing us with advice on the implications of Brexit for the higher education sector. We have the Council for Economic Renewal Brexit subgroup with senior business leaders and organisations chaired by the Economy Secretary. We have the Environment and Rural Affairs Brexit Roundtable Stakeholder Group set up after the referendum. That is a forum for engagement and collaboration between the Welsh Government and the food, fisheries, farming, forestry and environment sectors. And he mentioned health. Well, we continue to work with key health and care stakeholders through the main representative bodies, and we're also working directly with specific groups such as Public Health Wales, the RCN and NHS medical directors in order for us to understand from them what their challenges are.
Mark Ruckus.
But will the First Minister and his party get behind a deal with the EU on education or anything else? I mean, at Chequers, the Prime Minister went a long way towards the sort of Brexit that Labour claims to want. But instead of welcoming that, they say they'll vote down any deal based on it to try and get a general election instead. Since that approach may lead to our leaving the EU without a deal, will you, as First Minister, now support the UK Government in accelerating preparations for such an outcome?
Well, Boris Johnson and David Davis stood behind the Prime Minister with a knife. And we all saw what they did. I mean, really, this is not the strongest ground for his party to lead on, given the incredible divisions that exist within the Conservative Party. Now, in terms of what the Prime Minister is trying to do, she is trying, I hope, to steer the UK towards a soft Brexit. In that, I will support that general principle, but we need to see more detail. We don't know yet what will be in the Trade White Paper. It hasn't been shared with us in its entirety. We don't know what the detail will be. We don't know what the view of the EU will be. But what is absolutely clear is this, that the Conservative Party is absolutely divided. The resignation of 2 senior cabinet secretaries in the space of one day is, hasn't happened since 1979, I understand, and that shows the depth of the division that exists in Whitehall. It's time, really, for the Conservative Party to get a grip and show some leadership for this country.
Brown.
Thank you. First Minister, the UK has 3 universities in the global top 10. The rest of the EU has none. They're not even in the top 30. Has the First Minister made any assessment of the impact on EU students, government and non-governmental agencies and organisations, such as the European Space Agency, were they to lose access to our world-leading academics and educational institutions?
I don't think it works for anybody. I think the first thing that academics will tell you is they rely absolutely entirely on the ability to work in different universities around the world. And if the UK is seen as self-contained, that will be to the UK's detriment. If it's seen as unwelcoming, that will be to the UK's detriment. It's absolutely essential that cooperation continues in the future, with schemes such as Erasmus and Horizon 2020 being able to deliver to their fullest extent.
Question 2, Vicky.
Question 2, Vicky Howell.
Will the First Minister provide an update on the Welsh Government's plans to improve the welfare of companion animals in Cynon Valley?
Yes, the Wales Animal Health and Welfare Framework Implementation Plan sets out our priorities for animal health and welfare, and I know that the Cabinet Secretary set out plans to maintain and improve companion animal welfare in Wales in her oral statement on the 21st of June.
Thank you, First Minister. Tomorrow, with my colleague Eluned Morgan, I am co-sponsoring an event to raise awareness of how Lucy's Law could improve animal welfare by ensuring people only get puppies from rescue centres or reputable breeders, and I'd encourage all AMs to come along. Tackling puppy farming is crucial, and many of my constituents have suffered the heartbreak of paying hundreds of pounds for a poorly pup that was bred in unacceptable conditions. During her statement on animal welfare, the Cabinet Secretary said that getting a puppy from the right source is the first fundamental step towards being a responsible owner. So how is the Welsh Government promoting this, and when can we expect an update on discussions on introducing a ban on third-party sales?
Well, the updated welfare code for dogs will be laid before the Assembly before the summer recess, and it will remind owners of their responsibilities when looking after and sourcing their dog or puppy. Regarding the specific issue of third-party sales, I know the Cabinet Secretary is attending the Lucy's Law event on Wednesday, and I'm sure this will help to inform those discussions with her. I will ask for a written statement to be published to update members on developments as they progress.
Andrew Otley-Davies.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I do be privileged today to be sitting next to the rescue of the Hedgehog Fancier Club here, Darren Miller. Anyone who's followed his Twitter feed would see what the rescue mission he launched last week. But I would ask you, First Minister, the Welsh Government commissioned many services in the public sector, obviously, bus services and regulation of taxis. It is important that when people with companion dogs in particular seek to use those services, there is an understanding of the operators what their obligations are, and they are not turned away from use of those services. How confident are you that the regulations, and in particular the services you commission, do have the safeguards in place so that people who do need guide dogs and other companion animals are able to access those public services?
Well, of course, all operators are required to operate within the boundaries of the law, particularly the Disability Discrimination Act. I would expect every operator to ensure that where somebody needs the assistance of a guide dog, for example, they're able to access bus services, train services and any other service. That is what the law would expect them to do, and that's what I think decent standards would expect them to do as well.
Questions now from the party leaders. Leader of the UKIP group, Caroline Jones.
First Minister, the UK Government is in turmoil and apparently determined to make such a complete hash of Brexit that we have no choice but to remain in the EU, despite the wishes of UK voters. David Cameron abandoned the UK, unwilling to carry out the democratic wishes of the electorate. Theresa May has bungled every negotiation with the EU, and senior Tory ministers are more interested in looking at their leadership chances than the fate of our country. And this has now all reached a crescendo with a plan for Brexit that doesn't deliver Brexit. The Chequers proposals mean that we continue to be subject to EU laws, unable to alter or influence them. We would be unable to conduct independent trade policies, hampering our ability to negotiate trade deals outside the EU. This would leave us subject to EU and ECJ rules and be forced to take rules that benefit our continental competitors. This is not what I voted for, and not what the majority of UK voters voted for. Out means out. First Minister, do you support the position taken by the Chequers Agreement, or do you agree with me that it's such a shambolic deal that it's back to the drawing board?
I don't agree with either. I think what we need is a sensible solution that sees us staying in the customs union with full and unfettered access to the single market. And above all else, she is right. The UK government is in turmoil. That's why we need a Labour government in Whitehall.
First Minister, unfortunately, the Labour Party position is confusing. The Labour MP for Aberavon strongly believes Labour should commit wholeheartedly to a Brexit model that would see the UK continue to make financial contributions to the EU and accept many of its laws. The Labour leader in Westminster clearly isn't sure what he wants. And one day it is we need to remain in the single market and the customs union, and the next is to obtain a tariff-free trade relationship with Europe that we develop a customs union to go alongside that. And the Shadow Cabinet has more resignations than appointments. And the Shadow Brexit Secretary is now calling for a second referendum, seemingly influenced by key members of the Unite Union. First Minister, what is your party's position on Brexit? Is the position you outlined with the leader of Plaid Cymru, is that what it is, or is your stance or your Labour Party's stance, please?
The former.
Sorry?
Caroline Jones.
Back again, is it? No answer. OK.
Former.
Sorry?
The former. Look, the former, what we agreed with Plaid Cymru.
With Plaid Cymru. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Thank you, First Minister. I note that your government has today outlined proposals for farm subsidies should we ever leave the EU. And I welcome the proposals, which, according to the RSPB, signals a new way of working. So the Common Agricultural Policy has pitted conservationists and farmers against one another in the battle for land. So this will end this approach. So according to your Cabinet Secretary, Brexit presents a unique opportunity to put in place bespoke Welsh policy, which delivers for our economy, society and natural environment. And I agree wholeheartedly with this statement. So, First Minister, we are clearly not going to be able to influence the Brexit negotiations with the UK government, which will simply ignore our views, but we can seek to capitalise on the opportunities presented by our exit from the EU. So bespoke agriculture and conservation policies, bespoke fisheries policies and bespoke trade policies. So, First Minister, do you agree that it's now time to focus on the opportunities ahead of us and open to us, rather than playing up the risks? And after all, we were supposed to be in a deep recession by now, but instead business investment is booming. So which should go some way to giving positive vibes to potential investors. So how will you encourage investment into Wales, please? Thank you.
First of all, I mean, it is quite clear that many businesses are concerned about the prospect of a hard Brexit. We've heard Airbus say it, we've heard JLR say it, and heard others say it. For them, a hard Brexit doesn't work. It is right to say that we have an opportunity to shape farming policy as we would want, subject, of course, to there being a commonly agreed framework, which is important across the whole of the UK, and money. The reality is we have no guarantees of the money. £260 million a year goes into farming subsidies in Wales. We can't find that money. I can say that now. It's impossible. It has to be set aside, to my mind, in a separate pot by the UK government and distributed, as it is now, until there's agreement to change things. And that's hugely important. But none of this means anything without a market. And the reality is 90% of our food and drink exports go to the single market. And geography dictates that. A lot of what we produce, I mean, if we look at fish, for example, it's perishable. It's just easier to sell it in the European market than it is to take it halfway across the world to another market. So the reality is, yes, we can look at producing a better deal for our farmers in Wales, as long as the money is there from Westminster. But none of this means anything unless they can sell their produce, unless they can get fish and perishable produce, for example, across through Dover into the French ports as quickly as possible. They can't sell anything, which is why it's hugely important that we avoid a hard Brexit.
Rwynydd Plaid Cymru.
Plaid Cymru leader Leanne Wood.
First Minister, it's on the record that you said everyone is running around screaming when I asked you last week what your plan is for a no-deal Brexit. Westminster is in chaos, and leaving the EU without a deal now looks more likely than ever. So will you now commit to developing a no-deal plan to protect Welsh jobs, wages and the opportunities of future generations?
Well, I can just answer that question. There is no mitigation against no deal. It would not be right to say that. The reality is, if we have a no-deal Brexit, we will lose jobs, we will lose investment. There's no question about that, which is why I have fought tooth and nail against a no-deal Brexit. That does not mean, of course, we're not doing anything in terms of preparing for Brexit. You'll have heard me say earlier on what we have been doing. We also have put in place, of course, the EU Transition Fund, £50 million that helps businesses, public services and other organisations to plan for and prepare for the impact of Brexit. So, yes, we have a number of groups where we are talking to stakeholders. We also have money on the table. But surely nobody can pretend that a no-deal Brexit can be fully mitigated, because it can't.
First, I think we can all agree that the Westminster Government is making a right mess of Brexit, and the position is so weak. Last week, Plaid Cymru... Sorry, it wasn't Plaid Cymru that consented to Westminster's flagship Brexit bill, was it? And it wasn't Plaid Cymru that abstained on the votes that could have kept us in the single market, and it wasn't Plaid Cymru that voted to trigger Article 50 without a plan. First Minister, that was the Labour Party that did all those things. No input and not even sight of Westminster's Brexit paper. Now, is this what the Finance Secretary meant when he said that his deal with the Conservatives marked, and I quote, a significant step towards equitable intergovernmental working? Or, in hindsight, was your government wrong to consent to the EU withdrawal bill, which will help to further the chaos that we're already seeing in Westminster?
In terms of what she said about this being an important step to intergovernmental cooperation, I believe that Nicola Sturgeon, the Scottish First Minister, said the same thing. So, yes, it is an important step, but obviously there are different positions taken by the Scottish and Welsh governments. The reality is, I can't answer for what happens in Westminster. I'm the First Minister of Wales, and she will know, working with her party, we have developed what I think are the most thought-through and sensible policies of anywhere in the UK. We have worked through policies working with her party that provide for, yes, the delivery of the referendum result, but also a soft Brexit, a sensible trade policy, sensible relationships with the EU, full and unfettered access to the single market. All these things we've shared together, and we are continuing to press the UK government. And it seems, we hope that they are listening to an extent, given that the Chequers Agreement goes much further towards where we think the UK should be than has previously been the case.
How can you expect the UK government to listen to what we jointly want when you can't even get your own party to accept that position? Your MPs vote against the joint agreed position that your party and my party have agreed in this Assembly. First Minister, we face uncertainty here like we've never faced it before. Within just weeks of negotiating time left and Westminster in more chaos than ever, why do you refuse to accept reality? A no-deal Brexit is looming over us, and I don't think your government is doing anywhere near enough to protect this nation. Now, as a Democrat, I believe that people should have a say on the final deal. So, First Minister, now that we know that it looks like either a bad deal or a no deal, will you now back a people's vote so that we can have a chance to reject the extreme Brexit that you and I know will cause so much damage to the people and the economy of this country?
Well, my view has always been that any deal should be ratified by the Parliaments plural of the UK. If that doesn't happen, the matter would have to be settled through an election or indeed possibly by a referendum on the deal itself. Because if there's no other way of resolving it, then the people who voted in 2016 have a perfect right to decide what kind of deal they want to approve from 2018 onwards. It seems right that that should happen. But it seems to me the first port of call is for the parliaments of the UK to examine any deal and decide whether that deal should be supported or not. If there is then, for example, a general election, if that deal is rejected and that proves an inconclusive result, well, how else can it be resolved other than by a referendum on the deal? I think that it becomes inevitable at that stage.
On behalf of the opposition, Paul Davis.
First Minister, what is the Welsh Government doing to support children and young people with learning disabilities?
Well, we have done a great deal, as he will know. For example, the fact that we have we've helped local authorities in terms of providing services for care for children. The fact, for example, that we've put so much money into to CALMS, where so many young people have had benefit of the £8 million extra we've given to CALMS. Of course, we have the Children's Commissioner there who is able to advise us in terms of what more we might need to do.
Well, First Minister, you'll be aware of the very worrying report published by the Children's Commissioner for Wales, which showed that on a number of counts, the Welsh Government is failing to deliver the support needed for children and young people with learning disabilities. The report showed that 83% of parents surveyed said they were worried their children were socially isolated, and many highlighted concerns about bullying. First Minister, in light of this damning report, can you tell us what immediate action the Welsh Government will now take to address the concerns highlighted by the Children's Commissioner and support children and young people with learning disabilities?
Well, it's hugely important with a report like this that there is a proper response given by government, and that response will be given, of course, and consideration given what the Children's Commissioner has actually said.
First Minister, the Welsh Government has already committed to upholding the rights of children and young people across Wales, and yet we have seen a number of recent reports in recent months where the Welsh Government is failing children and young people. Of course, one way the Welsh Government could better support children and young people and uphold their rights is by supporting my proposed autism bill, which has indeed the backing of independent bodies such as the National Autistic Society and the Equality and Human Rights Commission, and is supported by many in this chamber. First Minister, will you now therefore commit to supporting the autism bill, which will actually send a clear message to children and young people across Wales that the Welsh Government will do all that it can to support them?
We will do all that we can to support parents and indeed young people with autism. That does not necessarily mean it has to be done via a bill. It's hugely important that the resources are made available, and we have done that in terms of support. It's also hugely important that we are able to work with organisations to deliver the best package for young people with autism. So we're unconvinced that a bill would do it, but it's hugely important that we look to see what further resource can be identified in order to help those people who live with the condition every day.
Question 3, Neil Hamilton.
Question 3, Neil Hamilton.
Make a statement on how the Welsh Government facilitates outdoor leisure activities in Wales.
We work closely with a number of partners, including Sport Wales and Natural Resources Wales, to provide opportunities for people of all ages to participate in a range of outdoor leisure activities. It's important that we make use of our natural landscape to encourage people to become more active.
I thank the First Minister for that response. A constituent who's a keen off-road cyclist has written to me from Kidwelly to complain that there's a large area of land near Merthyr Tydfil, which is owned by Natural Resources Wales, has been leased to a private company and trades under the name Bike Park Wales, as a result of which there's been a restriction on public access to that land. And I looked at the Bike Park Wales' website this morning, which says any rider caught trespassing on the trails without a valid pass will be fined on the spot, and this will be enforced by our marshals, a rather dictatorial attitude to take in these circumstances. Can the First Minister tell me what's the policy on public access of the Welsh Government-owned land for the purposes of cycling and walking, and how this new policy of privatisation might affect the Active Wales initiative by banning local people from free and unrestricted access?
Well, I'm not aware of the area of land he's talking about, but certainly I cannot see any legal way in which people can have money extorted from them simply because they're standing on a piece of land. I can't see any way where that can be enforced in any lawful way. But if the member writes to me with more details, I will, of course, be pleased to look at this in more detail.
Susie Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, at the same time that Santander's sponsored community bike scheme has finally come to life, we're really pleased about that, and there are more and more cycle tracks becoming apparent in Swansea. The local authority had planned to dig up a much-loved and well-used tennis court in Mumbles and replace them with a temporary car park. And at least the Swansea Council did listen to residents' complaints about this and have withdrawn their plans for now. At a time when we're trying to get people out of their cars and we have the active travel agenda, as we just heard, we want people visiting Wales, some of our most important tourism spots. I think this was a bit of a strange and muddled plan from the Swansea Council. So do you agree that at a time when the city region is bringing councils together to think big picture about the regeneration of the area, that they should be looking at active travel in exactly the same way and avoiding short-sighted decisions like this, which actually reduce the opportunities for people to take part in activity?
Well, that would be a matter for Swansea Council, but we do expect, of course, local authorities to comply with the Active Travel Act and to look for opportunities to ensure more people are able to cycle and cycle safely. I'm not familiar with the particular planning issue that the member talks about, but I can assure her that it's the view of the government that we want to see more opportunities arise for cycling and walking in the future.
Cwestiwn 4.
Question 4, Russell George.
Will the First Minister make a statement on eligibility to vote in Welsh elections?
Yes, to be eligible to vote in Welsh elections, you need to be registered and 18 years of age or over on polling day. I do intend, however, to support the bid to extend the franchise to include 16 and 17-year-olds.
Thank you, First Minister. I've been contacted by a former constituent who has written to me to say that he feels disenfranchised at not being able to vote in Welsh elections. He was born in Wales and raised locally, has extensive family in Mid-Wales. He moved from Mid-Wales to Shropshire, where his job took him, and then went to work abroad. Now, in contacting the election office in Paris, they've advised him that as an overseas resident, he can only register to vote where he last lived. So as a Welsh national, he is able to vote in a UK general election, but he can't vote in a Welsh general election. So this does seem to me to be an anomaly. And can I ask if you are aware of this issue, and if you are, has the Welsh Government and could the Welsh Government make representation to the Electoral Commission?
I think that's very difficult. I mean, there are two ways in which you can establish someone's right to vote. One is residence, obviously. The other is citizenship. We don't have Welsh citizenship. There are some in the Chamber, I know, who would seek to promote that. But there is, in the absence of Welsh citizenship, residence is the only way of doing it. And the question then is, how far back do you go? What if someone lives in Wales for a week or two? Does that mean they're eligible? I think there are lots of difficulties there that would need to be resolved in order for a change in the law to be workable.
Jane Hutt.
First Minister, would you agree with the expert panel on Assembly electoral reform that a reduction in the minimum voting age to 16 would be a powerful way to raise political awareness and participation among young people?
Yes, I would. And I have to say, we have seen one electoral event in the UK, namely the Scottish referendum, where 16 and 17-year-olds were allowed to vote. Now, that precedent having been established, I fail to see why that can't operate in the future for elections and referenda. It seemed to work very well in Scotland. The turnout seemed to be very good amongst those who are 16 and 17-year-olds, showing that they were engaged, one side or the other, in the issues in 2014. That's why I'm supportive of lowering the voting age to 16.
Question 5, Gareth.
Question 5, Gareth Bennett.
Will the First Minister make a statement on Greenbelt developments in South Wales Central?
Yes, the local planning authorities within the South Wales Central region haven't designated green belts in their respective local development plans.
Yes, thanks for that answer. We've had recent press reports that the leader of Cardiff Council, Hugh Thomas, wants to merge with the Vale of Glamorgan Council, principally so Cardiff can build more houses on land in the Vale. We've already had housing developments infringing on the green belt, and we're losing prime agricultural land due to this. Do you agree, First Minister, that Cardiff Council's bid to turn the Vale into a building site is not the way forward?
I'm sure he hasn't said that. I find it difficult that the Vale of Glamorgan Council would acquiesce to a merger along those lines. I don't think that Councillor Hugh Thomas has approached the Vale of Glamorgan and said, merge with us so that we can build on your land. It strikes me that's not the best example of diplomacy in those circumstances. No, I mean, there is a duty on all local authorities to maintain an LDP, of course, and it's good to see now that progress is being made in terms of the development of a strategic development plan as well to better manage the undoubted demand there is for housing.
David Melding.
First Minister, access to green spaces is really important. Today, 96% of Copenhageners live within a 15-minute walk of a sizable green or blue area, and work is indeed underway to even improve those access rates. The city has biodiversity volunteers who play a vital role in nurturing the city's green areas, and the city has planted more than 3,600 trees, many of them adopted by local people, companies or institutions. Do you agree with me that access to really pleasant green areas can be inside the city as well as just surrounding it?
No, absolutely. We're looking at the idea of green corridors to see how they can be developed in the future. We know that Cardiff, for example, is reasonably well blessed with parks, and the last thing we would want to see, for example, as the city grows, is to see developments without access to green spaces, without access to cycle paths, without access to to a rural environment. And that's hugely important in terms of well-being. For example, we know that the way people perceive their environment has a direct effect on their health and well-being, and that means it's hugely important not just to plan on the basis of let's build houses over there, but more let's create communities that are sustainable, that are easy to travel in and out of, and have access to green areas.
Neil McAvoy.
Diolch, Llywydd. First Minister, in 2012 you denied announcing to the South Wales Echo that the green fields around Cardiff would be built on as part of Labour's so-called local development plan. Your Labour colleagues stood in the green fields, and I quote, "For the record, Labour does not want to build in Waterhall fields or on any green spaces." Now, those fields are now being built on, and the beautiful countryside around Danes Court will also be built on unless we can stop it. People in Cardiff were misled. Do you now accept that those green fields are being built on? And it's happening because Labour gave these massive housing corporations the permission to do it.
Well, his position's always been quite curious. I don't think I've ever announced anything to the Echo at any point in time. Secondly, I am not, nor have I ever been the leader of Cardiff City Council, and in 2012 I was not the planning minister. So I could not anyway give any kind of permission for development in Cardiff or anyone else in Wales. That's self-evident. But it is important that local authorities, of course, are able to try to manage the demand. The reality is that lots of people want to live in Cardiff. It's hugely important that the city is able to manage that demand, but also, of course, to work with authorities around Cardiff in order to manage the demand so people can live elsewhere as well. The idea that that local authorities should only plan for people who live and work in their own area is clearly ridiculous, because that's not the way it works in terms of the economy, and nor should it work in terms of the planning system, which is why SDPs are important.
Question 6,
Question 6, Mohammed Ashkar.
What action is the Welsh Government taking to improve services for asthma sufferers in Wales, please?
Yes, an updated respiratory health delivery plan for Wales was published in January. It sets out the approach to tackling respiratory disease over the next 12 months. And investment in respiratory care in Wales has increased from £338 million in 2009 to 10 to £432 million in 2016 to 17.
Thank you very much for that, Prime Minister. The provision of a basic level of asthma care, as set out in the clinical guidelines, contributes to keeping sufferers out of hospital and ultimately to saving lives. According to Asthma UK, Wales is the worst place in the United Kingdom to be an asthma sufferer, with just over a quarter of people receiving every element of basic care, compared to over a third in England and nearly half in Northern Ireland. What action will your government take to improve services for asthma sufferers so that more people in Wales receive every element of basic care, please?
Well, the National Respiratory Implementation Group does obviously recognise the significance of asthma as an illness. It's put in place a national work stream and appointed a lead clinician for Wales to coordinate health board activity. Hugely important that patients receive a comprehensive asthma review. That is a priority for us. We are also looking to develop all Wales prescribing guidelines, paediatric asthma guidance, and the establishment of a difficult asthma group for the management of more complex cases. There's also a broader focus on the national review into asthma deaths and measurement of standards through the National Asthma and COPD Audit Programme.
Question 7.
Question 7, Mark Isherwood.
What support does the Welsh Government provide for children with epilepsy?
Yes, the Neurological Conditions Delivery Plan for Wales sets out our expectations for the future delivery of safe, sustainable and high-quality care for people who have neurological conditions. That includes, of course, supporting children and young people with neurological conditions such as epilepsy.
Well, last week I hosted and chaired the Epilepsy Wales annual Epilepsy Aware event in the Assembly, and we heard that people with complex epilepsy were not being able to access treatment, including the keto diet, although recommended as a first-line treatment by NICE. And this included children with epilepsy after unsuccessfully trying two first-line drugs, which is also recommended by NICE, who have a GLUT1 diagnosis. How do you therefore respond to their call for provision within Wales of the necessary treatments and levels of care as outlined in the NICE guidelines, a ketogenic team and accepting the offer from the Daisy Garland Foundation to fund a dietitian in Wales for a year with immediate effect, alongside some other proposals in a list of ideas which would finally, if delivered in Wales, meet the needs of these people and, as they say, impact positively on the finances of the NHS.
Well, the member is quite correct to say that currently services for patients in South Wales who require access to support for a ketogenic diet are provided in Bristol. That is correct. The service can be accessed through an IPFR request, but I can say to the member that officials do know of discussions between Cardiff and Vale University Health Board and the Welsh Health Specialised Services about the possibility of those services now being provided more locally. So those issues are ongoing as far as South Wales is concerned, and I look forward to a positive outcome of those discussions to see whether we can actually provide the service closer to South Wales at the moment in time than is presently the case.
David Rees.
Mr. Minister, I appreciate the treatment that we have talked about, but one of the big problems is actually getting a child who has a severe seizure to the hospital in the first place. I've got constituents who have phoned for ambulances. In fact, family who have lived over half an hour away got there before the ambulances got there. Now, a lone parent cannot take a child to the hospital with a child having a seizure in the back of a car. It's dangerous. They need the response from the ambulance quickly because the child sometimes stops breathing as a consequence of this. Will you ask your Health Secretary to look at the discussions with the ambulance service to ensure that for these type of children, they can get responses quickly so a parent doesn't have to see a child suffer whilst they wait for an ambulance?
Yes, the member will be aware, of course, about the assessment system to determine the clinical priority of a patient. The type of response sent to a child who's experienced a seizure will depend on the information provided by the person who's dialed 999, but I can say, in response to this particular concern, that the Chief Ambulance Services Commissioner is currently overseeing a review of the amber category, which will make recommendations for improvement in the autumn, and it will be important that this issue that he has raised is part of the examination that's taking place at the moment.
Leanne Wood.
First Minister, while Mark Isherwood and myself might not see eye to eye on many political issues, we have worked closely together on the question of medicinal cannabis with the MS Society. So I wonder if I can ask, has an assessment been undertaken as to how many children in Wales have severe epilepsy, but could also benefit from the availability of cannabis oil, like Billy Caldwell? And will you also see that preparations are made to ensure that the NHS in Wales is prepared to meet the demand for medicinal cannabis and be prepared to prescribe it to patients if and when restrictions are relaxed by the UK government?
Well, it's difficult to provide a figure because it depends on the individual, of course, but she does ask an important question. This is tied up, as she will know, in the Misuse of Drugs Act, which is not devolved neither in Wales or in Scotland. So there are issues there that surround the ability of practitioners to prescribe drugs that are caught up in that Act. We know that cannabis derivatives can play a role in treating some medical conditions. That's why Sativex, of course, is available in Wales. I can say that on the 18th of June, the Home Office Minister, Nick Hurd, assuming he is still the Home Office Minister, announced plans to establish an expert clinicians panel led by the UK CMO to advise ministers on any applications to prescribe cannabis-based medicines. That panel will consider the merits of each individual case and make a clinical assessment of an exceptional and unmet clinical need. Now, what is not clear to us at the moment is how that will affect us in terms of prescribing. However, the Chief Pharmaceutical Officer, Andrew Evans, is a non-voting member of the panel. So, even though we're talking about a devolved area, because the misuse of drugs isn't a devolved area, we need to make sure that restrictions are removed from London in order for us to be able to prescribe here in Wales. But I do hope that there's a proper examination of the possibilities of cannabis oil and what it might deliver for the welfare of some patients.
Question 8, Rhina Piorwer.
Question 8, Rhina Piorwerth. What is the Welsh Government doing to support heritage projects in Ynys Môn?
Well, the government funds an array of heritage projects on Ynys Môn, and these range from community projects involving a number of local volunteers, such as those at Newborough and Bryn Celli Ddu, through to major-scale investments such as improving visitor services at Beaumaris Castle.
Thank you very much. we, like every other constituency, is very proud of our heritage, and there are a number of exciting plans afoot at the moment to reopen Marquis's Column in Llanfair Pwllgwyngyll, to reopen the Amlwch train line. There are a number of proposals already in operation to celebrate our industrial and transport heritage. I look at the Copper Kingdom in Amlwch and the Cobb Park in Holyhead. But another important proposal, and one that needs the help of the Welsh Government, is to open the museum telling the story of the bridges in Menai Bridge. Now, there was a blow to that particular programme recently when the Trust heard that they wouldn't qualify for funding for the Building for the Future programme. Now, I hope that you as First Minister would agree with me that this is a very good time to look at investing in such a museum, given the steps that are being taken towards dualling the Britannia Bridge. And I would be grateful for some support from you as First Minister, that you, in collaboration with the Minister for Heritage, can look at every possible alternative means of investing in this project, which would be a crown in the recent development of Menai Bridge.
Of course, we always, when the money is available, wish to invest in important heritage projects. One example, of course, is Llys Rhosir, the court at Rhosir, and the fact that the people visiting there understand the heritage and history of the area. But any kind of bid would have to be submitted to the government to see in which way we could support that bid.
Marcus Wood.
Of course, Ynys Anglesey is an incredible place, and its history goes back a long way. How do you think we can incorporate into the promotion of that island the period when it was the Rome of the Druidic world? The fact that it was on the Roman imperial trading routes even before Rome conquered this island. Its wonderful Arthurian links and its links to the legends of Avalon and Avalac. The fact that it was occupied by the Vikings, or half of it was occupied by the Vikings for 2 centuries, and having a massive impact on local culture and dislocation at the time, and much more, aligned to the history we hear much more about as well.
Answer. If the member was taken by surprise by that question, he did a sterling job, I must say, of selling Anglesey as a result of what he has said. Well, it's hugely important for us to ensure that people visit all parts of Wales to understand the rich history that we have. I know, for example, if we talk about Llys Rhosir, which I mentioned earlier on, that the Minister is preparing, or Cadw rather, is preparing a leaflet at the request of the Minister on the castles and sites of the Lords and Princes of Wales, and that will include Llys Rhosir as well. Part of our history that I think has been neglected, actually, over the years, because we know that Welsh history was not well taught in schools for many, many years. In some ways, as a nation, we're not well aware of our own history. So all that we can do to encourage not just our own people, but others as well, to understand more of our medieval history, I think is something to be welcomed.
Lynn Neagle isn't here to ask question 9. Question 10, Andrew R. T. Davies.
Will the First Minister make a statement on transport infrastructure projects across Wales?
Yes, the National Transport Finance Plan, last updated in 2017, sets out an ambitious programme of road, rail, bus and active travel improvements.
Thank you, First Minister. One of the schemes that the Welsh Government, via the Vale of Glamorgan Council, is promoting is the new road from Junction, the Miskin Junction, as it's known, in the Vale of Glamorgan to Sycamore Cross. Can the First Minister confirm that if this project is to go ahead, it will require Welsh Government-funded money to be made available for its construction, and that that money is within the budget as currently laid out?
Well, where we are at the moment is we allocated a £60,000 grant to the Council in 2017 to undertake an appraisal for the provision of those improvements. We commissioned Peter Brett Associates to assess the case for change for addressing connectivity issues for strategic employment sites in the Vale. Things are at a very, very early stage at the moment. I understand the Council itself has extended the consultation until the 17th of July. So any comments, of course, should be directed to the Council. But inevitably, it would be, if it was to move ahead, it would be a large project, and it's difficult to see that the Vale of Glamorgan could finance such a project of itself.
Question 11.
Question 11, Darren Miller.
To make a statement on maternity services for patients in North Wales, please.
Yes, Betsy Cadwallader, University Health Board offers women from the north a full range of maternity services, from birth at home or in hospital, including both midwifery and obstetric-led care and specialist facilities, and these services have been supported by the Welsh Government's £18 million investment in the Cernic, which became operational last month.
I'm very grateful for the fact that that service is available to people in my own constituency. The First Minister will be aware, however, that some people from North Wales avail themselves of maternity services in Chester, at the Countess of Chester Hospital. There's been a recent scandal there with a nurse who has been arrested on suspicion of taking the life of 8 babies. Some parents in North Wales who have lost children are obviously very concerned about that news and want to have the deaths of their children investigated. What support is the Welsh Government putting in place for parents from North Wales who have lost children and are very concerned about the nature in which they were lost and whether there is an implication for them as a result of this ongoing investigation?
Well, as the member will understand, this is an ongoing police investigation. There's not a great deal I can say about it. What I can say is that should any Welsh residents have been involved in what has happened there, we would expect the Health Board to provide support to the families affected and to seek the appropriate assurances from the NHS Trust concerned regarding any Welsh residents currently under their care.
Thank you, First Minister. The next item, therefore, is the business statement and announcement. And I call on the Leader of the House to make the statement, Julie James.
Diolch Llywyd. There's one change to today's agenda. Later this afternoon, I will be making a statement on the review of gender equality. Otherwise, business for the next 3 weeks is shown on the business statement and announcement found amongst the meeting papers available to members electronically.
Mohamed Ashka.
Thank you very much, Madam Presiding Officer. Cabinet Secretary, may I ask for a statement from the Welsh Government on the Centre for Cities report, which says that the struggling city centres should end their dependency on retail by replacing shops with offices and housings. According to this report, offices in successful city centres like Bristol and Manchester made up 2/3 of the commercial space available, and retail made 18% of that. In Newport City Centre, 54% of commercial space was in retail and 28% of the shops are vacant. Also, with the number of people living in Cardiff City Centre by 88% between 2002 and 2015, and Swansea City Centre by 63% living in, and Newport City Centre are 63%. Over the same period, in Newport, increase of only 20%, Minister. Could we have a statement from the Welsh Government on the finding of this report, and how can we breathe life back into the cities and towns such as Newport, please?
Oh, yes, a very interesting report, and a lot of work has been done on the changing nature of city centres. The Cabinet Secretary has made a number of contributions to that debate, and we've been working very hard with partners on the city deals in order to take account of what the member is outlining, which is the fundamental change in the way that people shop, the effect of, obviously, internet shopping on retail space, and what needs to be done to make those vibrant places that people want to go for something other than a retail experience. The members pointed out the findings of the report very much. I know the Cabinet Secretary is very well aware of them.
Simon Thomas.
Diolch, Llywydd. First of all, Leader of the House, can I say I'm a bit surprised that we haven't had an oral statement on the consultation of land use management and the future of cap payments, which is going to be hugely important over the summer. I understand it's a long consultation, but it will feature strongly in the summer shows. I think an oral statement would have been suitable for such a consultation, and I no doubt will return to this tomorrow when the Cabinet Secretary is due to answer questions, but I think it deserves a particular session in this chamber to look at and examine that consultation. Can I ask for two further possible statements? First of all, does the Welsh Government intend to make a statement on water over the next week or so? We're not in a position of drought yet in Wales, just to be sure that we're very clear about this. However, we do have a situation where we're starting to look at the situation that might arise with drought. 2 months in a row of way below average rainfall is one of the triggers for drought. We're getting on for that. We're much better prepared than the summer of '76, I think, that I think we both can remember. But it's certainly true that there is some concern now about water use in Wales, potential water shortage, and of course we'll be on the break over the summer, so if the Welsh Government does intend to support any kind of water use restrictions or needs to do that, because we may well have rain, but if it's not of sufficient quantity, we could still be, in August with some problems. So will the Welsh Government make a statement, and particularly will the Welsh Government make a statement on the use of the new joint powers in the Wales Act with the UK Government around the water resources in Wales? I'm perfectly happy that our water is shared throughout the United Kingdom. I think it's right and proper that a common resource is shared, but I also think it's right and proper that the right price is paid for the use of resources. And I think it would be very difficult politically if we saw any drought restrictions in Wales and water was flowing, shall we say, to English factories and towns without there being a quid pro quo in some of that. We just need to understand whether the new powers under the Wales Act will be used by the Welsh Government to have discussions with the UK Government about the joint management and appropriate management of water resources in Wales. And the other situation I'd like to request is a statement on, specifically, well, perhaps a letter from the Cabinet Secretary would be appropriate on the situation of dentistry in Wales, in particular dentistry at a consultant-led level. I have a constituent who's happy for me to name him, Mr Boff, who's been waiting 2.5 years for a restorative dentistry, having lost all his teeth. He can't get that done by a restorative dentist in Betsy Qualida because they've never been able to retain a restorative dentist, but they are not willing either to pay for him to get it done where their previous restorative dentist has gone, which is in the West Midlands. So they're not prepared to pay for him to go there, but they don't have a dentist who can do it in the Health Board area. And they sent back £1 million to the Welsh Government for dentistry last year because they couldn't spend the money. And in the meantime, my constituent has actually been warned by his GP that he now faces malnutrition because he literally does not have the teeth to eat properly. This is something that can be solved so easily if health boards had a way of utilising the resources that they've been given by Welsh Government to spend outside their area to make sure that our constituents do get the health care that they need. Now, the last time, and I could read this out, I've got a very long list of interactions on this, and a lot of people have been involved, but the last time, most recently, a couple of weeks ago, the response from the Cabinet Secretary did show a little bit of urgency and a realisation that the Health Board can't continue sending holding letters to me for several weeks ago on this matter, and Mr Boff does need his full treatment. I would appreciate some response before the recess on what's been done to restore this service, which must be affecting other constituents, because Betsy has not had a restorative dentist for at least a year now and is not able to provide a very essential service.
Well, South, in time-honoured fashion, going in reverse order, I'll make sure that the Cabinet Secretary is aware of the issue and find out for the member where he is on the response for his constituents' concerns. In terms of water, I think we have not yet got to the point that we, some of us remember from the long hot summer of 1976. I have to say many of my Cabinet colleagues, of course, were not born in that time, but sadly I was. But we are keeping forgive the pun, weather eye on it, and I'm sure the Minister will bring forward a statement if we get to the point where that's necessary. I don't want to jinx the lovely weather, Llawydd, as I have an important family wedding, which I very much hope it will last until just after recess. In terms of the land management, obviously we are out to consultation, and the Cabinet Secretary, once we've had the consultation, will be coming back and giving us an outline of that consultation. The member himself pointed out that there are a number of events over the summer where it will be discussed in some detail, and the time to bring the statement forward will be when we have the results of the consultation.
Jane Hutt.
Leader of the House, I'm particularly concerned to safeguard my constituents in the western part of the Vale of Glamorgan, where there's a long-standing practice of using the services of Princes of Wales Hospital. Can you provide an update on the proposed Health Board boundary change in Bridgend? And secondly, I would be grateful if the Leader of the House could confirm that the Welsh Government will respond as a matter of urgency to the report from the Independent Medicines and Medical Devices Safety Review, which has concluded that there must be an immediate pause in the use of surgical mesh for the treatment of stress urinary incontinence. And you know that I held a meeting last week with the Welsh Mesh Survivors Group. Does this accord with the statement made by the Cabinet Secretary, Vaughan Gethin, on May the 8th, where he drew attention to his support for the NICE new guidance in December of last year, stating that transvaginal mesh repair for vaginal wall prolapse should only be used in the context of research? And also, in his statement, he stated his support for the recommendation from the working group that the NHS supports women with pelvic health problems, moving to focus on prevention and conservative therapies, with surgical intervention as a last record.
Yes, well, it's a very important issue, and as Jane correctly said, the Cabinet Secretary has already made some remarks on that. We are advising the NHS to restrict the use of vaginal mesh in Wales, ensuring its use is continued only in those with very specific need and who fully understand the risks. That is in line with the recent recommendations of the report from the review panel, which Jane just mentioned, and the Chief Medical Officer for Wales has written to medical directors reiterating that advice. We expect sufficient levels of clinical governance, consent, audit and research are in place in health boards to ensure that all women can be confident the appropriate safeguards are in place. We have evidence of a significant reduction in the number of vaginal mesh procedures in Wales, so that largely suggests, Lowell, that a pause is already in place, driven by changing clinical decision-making during recent years. However, it's our expectation that that will continue to be the case until the requirements for increased safeguards can be met. So I think the announced immediate curb in England very much reflects the Wales position. So they're basically following our lead in implementing those safeguards. In terms of the health board boundaries, I know that I'm obviously my constituency is one of the ones affected, just to remind members of that. I know chairs of the health boards have issued a joint statement on this change and invited all elected members to raise any concerns directly with them. If you haven't received that, I'll make sure you have a copy and that the invitation is extended to you if that hasn't happened. There's no intention to change frontline health services in the Bridgend local authority area. We're obviously very keen to reduce duplication and bureaucracy and to encourage simplicity. The proposal to rely on the health board boundaries intended to offer such opportunities, empowering local government to be strong and capable and make decisions based locally on clear accountabilities and work effectively with a consistent set of partners, so it realigns the boundaries, as I know Jane is already aware. Welsh Government is continuing to work with the health boards and other partners as preparation for the boundary change are developed, and the relevant legislation will be brought forward in due course. And obviously any further health service change proposals will be the subject of separate public engagement and, where appropriate, consultation in line with the usual procedures for consideration of such boundaries. So this isn't the harbinger of another set of changes to come.
Mark Isherwood.
Mark Clowydd. Well, I endorse the call for a statement on mesh operations. England hasn't followed Wales. NHS England has announced a stop to NHS operations, full stop. And in that context, I would welcome a statement. Secondly, I'd welcome the statement on the contribution that heritage railways can further make to Wales and our local and regional economies. Last week, Lord David Ellis-Thomas hosted a Worshipful Livery Company of Wales event with the magnificent Ensemble Cymru from Bangor University and venue Cymru Llandudno playing, at which we heard that the chair of the Worshipful Company was related to the family who had saved the Snowdonia Mountain Railway. Last Friday at the Prince of Wales Prime Cymru Awards in Llandudno, I was speaking to a representative of the Festiniog and Welsh Highland Railway, and last Saturday we saw Channel 4 screening the fifth and final episode of their Great Rail Restoration series, operating their time train on Llangollen Railway, promoting the wonderful railway's setting between Llangollen and Carrog, but of course now go to Corwen as well, their ability to operate the heritage train, the efforts of all those involved. For many years, we've heard the Welsh Government's support for some heritage railways, a celebration of Welsh heritage railways, but we still need a joined-up tourism officer with through ticketing, enabling regional visitors to extend their stays and have the fantastic time we know they can have. I therefore call for a statement accordingly.
Yes, the member highlights a really great part of Welsh heritage, and I'm delighted to say that I recently was in Llangollen for the Heritage Railway event there, and was really fun to see, and the enthusiasm of all of the crowds that came to greet the train was also great to see. And I know the Minister takes it very seriously indeed, and will be considering how we can best join up those services to make sure that we put our best foot forward in the offer that we have. And the member's very enthusiastic about those railways, as am I. And I'm sad to say I haven't been on the Snowdon Railway very recently, but I'm hoping to make good that over the summer. So I'll speak with the Minister about the best way to ensure that the members' concerns are highlighted properly. In terms of vagina mesh, as I already said, I haven't really got anything to add to what I said earlier about the mesh issue. Obviously, we are very acutely aware of the issues that the member raises.
Dai Lloyd.
Leader of the House, you'll be aware of the recent British Council research comparing the soft power of subnational countries and regions and examining how they can build their international profile. There was a meeting here involving Rhys up Yorwerth recently. The research looked at the people, brands, political values, culture and sport of Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland and 7 other broadly comparable regions and countries. And in terms of overall results, Scotland comes second after Quebec, with Wales in 6th place. Now, clearly, perception and branding is important to our tourism sector in terms of attracting international visitors. Last year, all nations within the UK experienced increases in the volume of international trips, but Scotland and London performed particularly strongly, whilst the number of trips to Wales also increased. Spend in Wales during the same period decreased by 8%, in contrast to spend growth across the rest of the United Kingdom of some 11% growth. So despite Welsh Government efforts, it is clear that more can be done to grow Wales's profile and international visitor numbers, and therefore I would be grateful if the Minister for Tourism were to bring forward a statement on the work that is going on in this field. His response to the British Council report, which identifies potential challenges and opportunities, and also to set out his vision of how he sees the international tourism strategy developing over future years.
We were very pleased to see the increase in visitor numbers. I was particularly pleased with the cruise ship arrangements in Ynys Môn, which we hope very much to be able to duplicate elsewhere in Wales. The Minister's indicating to me that he'd be more than happy to bring forward a statement to that effect, so I will liaise with him about the best timing for that.
Jack Sargent.
Diolch. Leader of the House, every 6 minutes someone in the UK suffers a sudden cardiac arrest and their chances of survival is less than 10%. Within Wales, it's less than 3%, yet in many other countries across the world, this person would have a 50% chance of life. Sadly, children and young people can suffer sudden cardiac arrest as well as the older generation. Our medical experts believe many children could be saved if a defibrillator is used within minutes of the collapse. Now, I know that the charity Welsh Hearts has worked with the WRU to try and install defibrillators in every single rugby club across Wales, which is a great initiative. And I know my member from across the chamber, Susie Davis, has done some work in the past on this issue. But could we have another update? Because we did receive a very useful update from the Cabinet Secretary in December 2016. But could we have another update on this extremely important issue? And also, can I request a second update from the Cabinet Secretary for Education on mental health services in schools? Now, it's almost a year since the Welsh Government announced its £1.4 million investment to strengthen the support from specialist child and adolescent mental health services to schools, and it would be extremely useful again to have an update on what work is being done to improve the services within our school system.
Well, Jack Sargent raises 2 very important issues. There isn't a specific requirement for schools to have access to a defibrillator as such, but all schools, of course, should have arrangements in place for dealing with emergency situations. As part of the out-of-hospital cardiac arrest plan, which we published in June 2017, work is underway with partners to map out the organisations that provide cardiopulmonary resuscitation training within communities across Wales. We have effective partnership working, which will mean that people of all ages in Wales are not only given every opportunity to survive a cardiac arrest, but are also provided with the CPR skills and resources like defibrillators to enable them to assist in saving a life. And as Jack Sargent has just pointed out, the provision of defibrillators in appropriate public places, including rugby clubs, combined with investing in community first responder training, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, and ensuring the fastest possible ambulance response times does significantly increase the chance of survival and recovery for out-of-hospital cardiac arrests. The Welsh Ambulance Service and third sector organisations are working with schools across Wales to promote CPR and the use of defibrillators through initiatives such as Shocktober and Restart a Heart Day. There were 53 secondary schools involved in Restart a Heart last year, and in total 10,622 secondary school pupils were trained in CPR. 32 primary schools took part in Shocktober 2017 and 2,146 pupils were taught CPR as a result of that. They also covered when to ring 999 and what to do in emergencies such as choking as well. So it's a very important issue. We look forward to seeing the extension of that this year as part of the campaign.
Garen Miller.
Diolch, Lewis. Leader of the House, can I call for a statement from the Cabinet Secretary for Energy, Planning and Rural Affairs on big cat sightings in Wales? The Leader of the House may be aware that there was a further big cat sighting in North Wales just over 10 days ago on the A5, and that's in addition to, of course, the 10 big cat sightings between 2011 and 2016 to the North Wales Police, a number of which, of course, have been recorded by the Welsh Government. Now, I'm sure that you will agree with me that we do need to understand whether there is a population of big cats in the Welsh countryside. There have been sightings in my own constituency in and around the Clocaenog Forest, and of course many farmers are concerned about the safety of their livestock as a result of these animals, should they be in the Welsh countryside. So I wonder whether the Welsh Government can make a statement on whether they will be commissioning any further research into this subject in order that we can establish whether there is a population in Wales and what risk they may pose to livestock of the public.
The Cabinet Secretary is indicating that obviously she answered a question from you and she expects a letter from her, so you should be receiving that any moment.
Bethan Syed.
Diolch. Could we have a statement on the issue of British Steel pensions, which were swindled from workers by Celtic Wealth Management and their partners? I have raised this with the First Minister, but he seemed to fudge the response. We know that Celtic are not a financial advisory firm, so they will not be regulated by the FCA. And so to try and claim that the FCA are looking into this issue is not something that I accept. We know that the firm has been offering sports tickets to pension holders to get them to take their pensions out of the BSPS and the PPS. And there needs to be an investigation by the Welsh Government as to how this grant was given, on what premise it was given. And since November, you've known about the problems that has emanated from this particular firm. And I would like to see an investigation carried out by the Welsh Government before we're waiting for more problems to emanate in relation to other pension holders in the Port Talbot area. I'd also like to ask for another statement with regards to your communications with the police in relation to the death of a young Sudanese man in Newport last week, Mustafa. Obviously, I understand that the laws need to be enforced, but when there is a serious incident such as this resulting in a death after or during an enforcement operation, we need to be thorough and we need to ensure that in future incidents like this do not happen again. I mean, we don't want to see anybody die in this way. And whilst we do not know his immigration status, this man was employed and came to this country for a better life, and it should not have ended with his death. So I know that immigration isn't within the confines of the Welsh Government's powers, but I really would urge you to assure the Welsh population who have contacted me, who want to know what's happening in this regard, so that we don't see instances like this happen again.
Yes, well, that's a very important issue, and actually I'd like to reassure the member that I have asked for more details myself as the Equalities Minister to find out exactly what happened there. And when I have those details, I'm happy to probably write to all AMs once we have them. I'm in the process of having that conversation at the moment. And in terms of the British Steel pensions, if the member has any further information, specific information that she'd like to share with me, I'll make sure that we take that very seriously.
Susie Davis.
Diolch, Llywydd. Can I just endorse the remarks made by Jack Sargent earlier on? I think it's a very important issue that he's raised, and I'm glad you took it so positively. In the figures that you gave us, though, I didn't see anything about the repeat engagement of students over time. A one-off hit is not going to create a nation of lifesavers, I'm afraid. So if there is a statement to come on the now belated anniversary of the out-of-hospital cardiac arrest plan, then perhaps that information could be included. Could I just ask for a statement, please, probably from the Minister for Tourism on the, well, an update really on the state of cruise tourism specifically within the Welsh picture at the moment. We heard a lot about this in the last Assembly, but I don't think I've heard about it at all in this Assembly. And it's not just visitor numbers I'm interested in, but the development of local businesses and local provision, quality of providers and so forth to meet the expectations of cruise passengers, which are obviously pretty high. And what the Welsh Government investment has been in that area of activity, as well as in the marketing of cruises, or Wales, sorry, to cruise companies. Thank you.
Yes, that's a very important point. As I said, I know there's been a big increase in cruise visits to Ynys Môn. The big, and Susie Davis is of course right, we did hear a lot about cruise tourism in the last Assembly. I know that the Minister's been working very hard to make sure that we could get an embarkation point in Wales, which would be the sort of holy grail of the cruise industry. And when those conversations are well advanced, I'll be sure to help the Minister make an update to the Assembly on those discussions. And in terms of the defibrillators, my understanding is that that's a rolling programme. If I'm wrong in that, I'll make sure that I let the member know.
Nick Ramsey.
Leader of the House, you've already given the Minister for Culture one name check today, or I should say another member did. I was delighted to welcome the Minister to my constituency for a meeting with Cadw and local residents at Raglan Castle last week. The meeting was primarily about the successor to Cadw's resident access scheme, but attention quickly turned to the dangers for local residents crossing the busy A40 from the village to the castle with a relatively high speed limit and without a crossing or a bridge or any means of crossing safely at that point. Would it be possible for the Welsh Government to bring forward a statement, possibly have an access review to Cadw's sites across Wales as soon as possible? I'm sure that Raglan Castle is not the only Cadw site affected by similar issues. It's brilliant, on the one hand, to be revising the resident access scheme and to be increasing the ability for local residents and indeed residents from other areas to access Cadw sites. But if the physical access to those sites is limited for pedestrians, then you're either asking for trouble with the increasing likelihood of accidents, or people just won't be able to get there in the first place in order to access these wonderful sites and places of heritage and interest that are found across Wales.
Yes, that's a very good point. The Minister is indeed getting a lot of name checks today. I'm sure he won't have any problem with that at all. And he's also nodding happily that he's looking into that issue and will bring something forward in due course.
Diolch I Arweinydd y Tŷ.
Thank you to the Leader of the House. The next item, therefore, is a statement by the Cabinet Secretary for Local Government and Public Services, Our Valleys, Our Future Progress Report, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary to make the statement. Alan Davis.
Presiding Officer, I'm grateful to you for the opportunity to update members about the progress that the Valleys Task Force has made since the Our Valleys, Our Future Action Plan was published last July. I would like to start by placing on record my own personal thanks for the Task Force members' work and support over the last 12 months, including my colleagues, the Cabinet Secretary for Economy and Infrastructure, the Leader of the House and Chief Whip, the Minister for Housing and Regeneration, and the Minister for Welsh Language and Lifelong Learning. The Valleys Task Force was set up to create lasting change in the South Wales Valleys, an area which has immense opportunities, but also more than its fair share of challenges. I am pleased to report today that the Task Force has planted the seeds of that change. At the heart of both the Action Plan and the Delivery Plan, which accompanies it and which we published last November, there are three key priorities: good quality jobs and the skills to do them, better public services, and my local community. There are more than 60 individual actions across each of the priorities, which have been developed following extensive engagement with people living and working in the South Wales Valleys. We believe that these actions will deliver real and lasting change for Valleys communities. The Task Force is today publishing a first-year progress report, detailing the breadth of the work over the last 12 months. And, Presiding Officer, I would like, with your consent, to share some of that progress with you today. A year ago, the Task Force set the challenging target of closing the employment gap between the South Wales Valleys and the rest of Wales. This means helping an extra 7,000 people into fair work and creating thousands of new, fair, secure and sustainable jobs in the valleys. Over the last 12 months, more than 1,000 economically inactive people living in Valley's task force areas have started work through Welsh Government-led employment programmes. Nearly 1,000 people and small businesses have been helped through advice and business support, and more than 100 new enterprises have been created within the Valley's task force area. The 7 strategic hubs were originally conceived as areas where public money and resources would be focused to create opportunities for the private sector to invest and create new jobs. Over the last 12 months, we have made good progress in the development of these hubs. Local authorities in each of the hub areas have led the development of plans which are unique to their local area. Each area has been developing a blueprint for future investment, and we are identifying key projects to support long-term transformation. The early work on the hubs is highlighting the benefit that a joined-up approach to this type of investment can bring. We have seen this already with the Taff Vale project, which will provide the new headquarters for Transport for Wales and help to revitalise Pontypridd's High Street. The Tech Valley strategic plan has been published, providing strategic direction for investments and programme activity for Ebbw Vale, alongside a £25 million commitment between 2018 and 2021. Presiding Officer, we are all aware in this chamber of the Metro and the welcome announcement made by my Cabinet colleague Ken Skates about the new rail franchise and the plans for a world-leading rail testing complex for the top of the Delice Valley. The Metro is now becoming a reality. But as we have made clear all along, we need to ensure that it delivers far more than transport benefits alone. That will require the active support of a range of organisations, and we are already working across the region to deliver for Valley's communities. Last week, the First Minister announced that he has appointed Linda Dickens, Emeritus Professor of Industrial Relations at the University of Warwick, as Chair of our Fair Work Commission. On behalf of the task force, I would also like to extend my own thanks to Professor Dickens for agreeing to support us on this journey. The Welsh Government has an ambition for Wales to be a fair work nation, and this work is extremely important to what we're trying to achieve in the valleys. From the outset, the Valleys Task Force has highlighted the importance of engagement with Valleys communities. That has continued to be a vital element of our work over the course of the last 12 months. Alongside our traditional methods of engagement, the Task Force has been working closely with 3 communities, in Llanilleth, Ferndale and in Glynneath and Banwen. We have been looking at how we can improve local services and make them better integrated. Each of these pathfinders have agreed a number of actions or activities, and the learning from this work will feed into the wider Task Force approach. Presiding Officer, the Task Force will be taking forward 3 digital pilot schemes for the valleys. We will explore extending public sector broadband networks to create a series of 3 Wi-Fi hotspots open to all across Valleys communities. We are investigating the creation of an Uber-style app which would bring together all the providers of community transport, making it easier for people to order transport to health appointments. We want to increase the use of online data mapping technologies as a means of promoting the valleys. This work is closely aligned to the priorities identified by the Cardiff Capital City region. It is also another area where the Task Force is acting as a catalyst for wider change. We all recognise the importance of digital technologies in the creation of high-quality jobs. The Valleys Landscape Park is key to the third of the priorities in Our Valleys, Our Future. It is at the heart of our ambition to help Valleys communities celebrate and make the most of our natural resources and heritage. We want communities in the valleys to feel that they are a place we can be proud to call home and businesses choose to operate. We want communities to be empowered and to show pride in their environment, which is easily accessible and widely used. The Task Force has spent much of the last year working on developing this exciting and dynamic approach, which will coordinate, drive and promote activities related to environment and tourism across the South Wales valleys. We all know just how much the valleys have to offer, but I want the rest of Wales and the UK and the world to learn more about our history, our culture and our breathtaking scenery. We have developed the idea for the Valleys Landscape Park with local communities, with key stakeholders and different interest groups. The aim is for it to deliver ambitious plans which will connect what we are calling discovery locations across the valleys with walking trails and cycle routes. It is my intention this will be developed within a defined boundary and supported by a designated land status for the valleys. We want the valleys to be a recognised tourist destination. We want to grow the tourism economy in the valleys to benefit from the economic impact that we know it can have. We are currently working with a number of proposed high-quality tourism developments, which, if realised, will attract new high-spending visitors to the valleys. I'm very pleased that this week the Minister for Culture, Tourism and Sport announced the approval of 2 projects which will make a significant difference to their areas within the valleys. The £4.6 million M&B Canal Adventure Triangle project will develop outdoor recreation, tourism and leisure activity along the Monmouthshire and Brecon Canal in Torfaen and Caerphilly, and will be able to connect the upland area of Mynydd Mine. The project will be delivered by a partnership between Torfaen Council, Caerphilly Council, the Canal and River Trust and the Monmouthshire, Brecon and Abergavenny Canals Trust. It will create a focus for visitors interested in outdoor recreation and adventure sports, bringing together a range of facilities to stimulate overnight visitor stays and will help exploit the economic potential of a currently underused southern section of the canal and surrounding uplands. Also detailed in a progress report is the upgrade of Llechwen Hall, a 3-star country house hotel just outside Pontypridd, set in 6 acres of ground. The Welsh Government funding has been offered to expand the hotel's capacity, add a gym and spa facilities and upgrade to a 4-star hotel. There is an inspiring community work taking place across the valleys. We want to build upon this and support people to take it further. Presiding Officer, I'm sure you will agree with me that there is still very much to do, but by working with our partners and with people living and working in the valleys, we will deliver results.
Mark Isherwood.
Clywyd. Well, during January's debate here on the Our Valleys, Our Future delivery plan, I noted that the value of goods and services produced per head of population in West Wales and the Valleys sub-region was still bottom across the UK, with the Gwent Valleys second only to Anglesey as the lowest in the UK. I also noted then that the Bevan Foundation Tough Times Ahead What 2018 Wales report said that unemployment performance was unlikely to be enough to boost those parts of Wales where unemployment stood well above the UK figure, such as Merthyr Tydfil and Blaenau Gwent, that there is nothing to be gained by pretending that all is rosy, and that performance was also unlikely to help young adults, with more than 1 in 8 16 to 24-year-olds out of work in Wales as a whole. End of quote. The this plan includes within it working working with people who live and work in the South Wales Valleys and with the Cardiff region and Swansea Bay City deals, UK government businesses and the third sector. In January, I asked how you are monitoring to ensure, if you believe you should, that this involves true co-production, turning the power thing upside down if the Welsh Government is not to repeat the approaches of the last 18 years, thereby enabling people and professionals to share power and work in equal partnership. Today's statement by Bevan Foundation that the Our Valleys, Our Future programme to improve the South Wales Valleys, that this is bland and not reaching those who most need it, is concerning. How do you respond to their statement today that this amounts to more of the same? How do you respond to their statement that recent investments in Taffs Well and Nantgarw was not in core valley areas? You state that 1,000 people started employment programmes. How many completed them? How many went into employment of those in thousands? And how do you respond to the Bevan Foundation statement today that the target to get 7,000 into work sounds really impressive, but if you look a bit deeper, that's not very ambitious at all. It's around about the numbers achieved over the last few years, and if we carry on doing more of the same, the valleys won't change. How do you refer to their statement that unemployment is 25% of young males in some areas, and there have been job losses in retail and small factories? And how do you respond to their statement that they're puzzled how the Welsh Government could live with deprivation virtually on its doorstep without sufficient proposals to push investment and skills?
I'm grateful to the Conservative spokesperson for those questions. Can I say, first of all, I did read the response of the Bevan Foundation, and I actually enjoyed it. I thought it was a very good response, actually. I thought it was very well articulated and I thought it was made some very fair points. And can I say more than anything, but I share the same frustration, because I want to see a greater tempo of change. I want to see a greater tempo of delivering very real change to the communities that I represent and elsewhere. And I think it's right and proper that sense of impatience underpins a lot of our debate and much of what we say. Because I don't believe for one moment, and I don't seek to make any claims that all in the garden is rosy, and I don't seek to make any claims that we have, in a little more than 18 months, turned round nearly a century of decline. I think it would be absurd were I to come to the Chamber and make those claims, and I think it would be absurd with a government to seek to make those claims on our behalf. That's not what we're saying. In my statement, I said we are planting the seeds for sustainable transformation, and that is what we're seeking to do. I reject any claim that we're not being ambitious enough. I think when I look at projects such as the Landscape Park, I look at something that is really transformational. And transformational in the sense of not simply putting investment in infrastructure or in a particular industrial complex, but inspirational in the way that we regard ourselves and our communities. One of the real tragedies of the recent years is that too many people in the valleys feel that there is very little hope for the future. And we need to turn that round. And we need to turn that round not simply by making the physical investments that we need to be able to do, and we must do, and we will do, but also investing in our people, our culture, our heritage, and our environment. And the Landscape Park brings together all of those different aspects of what we're seeking to achieve, and seeks to package it in a way that transforms not just a physical expression of who we are, but a cultural understanding of who we are as well. And I think that speaks to the ambition of what we seek to achieve. Now, I understand the debates about whether Taffs Wells or Nantgarw are valleys enough. Are they deep enough into a particular valley or not? Are they in the valleys at all? And I have to say, it's not a debate that I intend to join either this afternoon or at any point. I think the more fundamental point that was made by the Bevan Foundation is more important. And that is the importance of investment in the Hedzell Valleys area and parts of the Upper Valleys region where there is more significant and deep-seated problems and difficulties. For those of us who campaigned for the dualling of the 465, the Hedzell Valleys Road, something like a decade ago now, we did that not to build a bypass past our communities, but to create an opportunity for real connectivity between the Hedzell Valleys area and the wider economy. What we saw that as being was a means of developing an industrial strategy for the Hedzell Valleys. I've already held one seminar on how we do that and how we maximise the advantage of that investment, and we will be returning to that in September. Because for me, what is important is that we put in place the investments that we need to put in place to create sustainable and well-paid employment, but we also put in place the investments to ensure that that employment and that way of living is sustainable for the future. So certainly we will not be living with deprivation. We do not wish to live with deprivation. And I'll say to the Conservative member for North Wales, I see deprivation all too often when I return to my constituency after my duties here. I am impatient to change that. That is why I came into politics in the first place, and that is what I and this government seek to do.
Adam Price.
Llywydd. Alan Davis is right, of course, that in the near enough century of economic crisis we've witnessed in the former coalfield communities. I mean, since the collapse of the coal price in 1924. We've had a series of interventions and initiatives and strategies, and I think they can all be summed up really as kind of micro progress and macro decline. And the question I think that we must pose to him, and I'm sure he poses it to himself, is how can this initiative escape that fate? We've had time after time raised expectations and dashed hopes, and that would be the ultimate disservice to these communities. So I welcome the progress report. There are many things in it that it's difficult not to like at the micro level. But if it is to be genuinely transformational, then I think we need to engage with a kind of critical challenge, and I'm glad that he was positive about the critique offered by the Bevan Foundation, because I share some of it. Are we targeting the right things? Is the focus correct? You referred to geography, and that's a critical question as well. Are the interventions collectively of sufficient scale compared to the challenge? And are the structures right? And just digging very briefly into some of those. Jobs, the only figure, the major figure that we have in targets is the 7,000 jobs. And there is a little bit of confusion there, because actually if we look at the job creation record, or the number of jobs in the Valleys Task Force area, actually over a 5-year period, 2016, it went up 22,000. So at least in the face of it, unless you can correct me, it seems that the target is less ambitious than the trend rate over the previous 5-year period. And even digging a bit further than that, isn't really the issue the quality of those jobs. The problem now in many of these valleys communities is not the number of jobs per se, it is the quality, it is the low skill and low pay nature of many of those jobs. It's a productivity problem, and then it's about investing in skills. The issue of is it of sufficient scale? I mean, if you looked at some of the earlier initiatives, strategic regeneration areas, for example, under a previous administration, the One Wales government, there were pots of money, designated pots of money, in what were effectively versions of the strategic hubs that he's created. We still don't have any clarity about the amount of global investment that is going into this programme, or indeed attached to those strategic hubs. When will we get the assurances that actually we're going to get significant investment over the course of a generation, which actually is necessary in order to affect change? And, you know, finally, when we compare the Valleys Task Force, and I also pay tribute to the incredibly impressive engagement that's gone on, and the volunteers that sit on the task force, but when we compare that to the structures of the city regions which, through their governance structures, involve many of the key agencies, including local government, and have huge budgets attached to them, then it's an unequal equation at the moment. And it's no surprise that there is this concern that what is happening is the magnet of the M4 corridor within those city regions is continuing to wield its enormous power. And how can the Valleys Task Force drive the necessary investment in a different direction to the core valleys areas that you referred to earlier?
Presiding Officer, before answering the questions from the Plaid Cymru spokesperson, I think members on all sides of the chamber would like to join me in welcoming him back to his place and congratulating him and wishing his family well in the future. I think all of us on all sides of the chamber want to pass on our good wishes to you. Can I say this? In terms of where we are today, you've asked some very fundamental questions, and if I'm completely honest with you in answering them, I will say to you, is the focus correct? Are the interventions correct? Are the structures in place? I hope so. But let me say this. I am impatient for change. I am not content and simply come here. I will not come here simply to say that what we've put in place over the last 18 months or so will remain in place. I am continually looking at the structures and the processes we have in place. And if I do not believe they're delivering the change that we want to see, then I will have no hesitation at all in making the changes to ensure that we do achieve the change that we want to see. So I hope his characterisation of previous initiatives, micro-progress and macro-decline, is a well-made criticism. And that is a criticism that we hope to learn from rather than repeat. It is not my wish this afternoon to simply come here and say we have a report and come what may, whatever criticisms are made of that report, I will defend it in a ditch. That is not my purpose. My purpose is to come here and report honestly and clearly and to learn from the critiques made both by members here and by the wider community, which is why, like you, I probably enjoyed reading the Bevan Foundation report slightly less than yourself did, if I'm completely honest. But I thought it was the arguments were good and well made. So in terms of the scaling up of our ambition, that is the key challenge facing us. Ensuring that we're able to put the investments in place in the strategic hubs, which will then successfully lever in the private sector investment, is the key challenge. Ensuring that we do have the relationship with city regions and other strategic bodies is a key challenge, and I'm not convinced we have that in place at the moment, if I'm completely honest in my responses. But let me say this. The task force itself, and this is one area where I am concerned about where this debate goes sometimes. Too often people believe that the task force is itself a government body which has a life of its own sort of headed notepaper and flag, and build a headquarters building somewhere. It isn't. The task force is a way of focusing Welsh Government approach and policy on the valleys of South Wales. So when we talk about the task force, what we're talking about is the approach and policy of the Welsh Government, and not simply a group of civil servants or a group of ministers acting independently of government. So all the resources we have available to us are the resources of government, and those resources need to be brought to bear on the issues of deprivation that was very well described by Mark Isherwood. And in terms of what we're seeking to achieve, the target is 7,000 people rather than 7,000 jobs. But the overall criticism made by the Plaid Cymru spokesperson is well made again. We are looking at the quality of work, and we are looking at Wales as a fair work nation. The reason I wanted to specifically acknowledge the work of Professor Dickens in my opening statement was to make that very point. We recognise and we know that if we look at employment levels alone in the valleys, we don't tell the true story. In fact, we learn the wrong lessons. All too often, people in employment in many parts of the valleys, including my own constituency, and I'm sure parts of the members' constituency in Carmarthenshire as well, are working in poorly paid jobs that are insecure and don't have the opportunities for skill development that we would wish to see. So what we need to do is to not simply ensure that people have that sort of low-skill, insecure, poorly paid work available to them, but we have the sort of jobs that will lead to careers in the valleys and in the heads of valleys and in all parts of the valleys. That is our ambition. And in developing the target for 7,000 people, what we wanted to do, the target didn't appear out of thin air. Where it came from was to bring the valley parts of the local authorities in question up to the same levels as the rest of Wales, and to achieve that in 5 years. That is the scale of our ambition. The member is a very good and skilled economic historian. He knows the difficulties that have faced the valleys over decades. What we seek to do is to plant the seeds of change, and that will take more than 18 months and it'll take more than 2 years. But what I hope we'll be able to do is to demonstrate that we have in place the foundations for a very different future for our valleys.
Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Llywydd, and thanks to the Minister for today's progress report on the Welsh Government's ongoing Valleys initiative. When opposition spokesmen and politicians discuss your plans, we normally do have a bit of a prelude about the lots of Valleys plans that there's been before, and Adam's given us that prelude again today, a very informed one, but we know that we need to get away from the past failures. We in UKIP are hopeful that this initiative will lead to some progress in the valleys, and there are good things contained in the update today. So we think overall, of course, any initiative is a good one as long as it has good intentions and it means to be meaningful. Now, you stated last time around that what you didn't want to do was to create any new bureaucracies. You didn't want a secret conclave of politicians. But what you did want was to bring the people of the valleys into the discussion. And I agree with you that we don't want to create things that appear to be more tiers of government. And it is crucial, I think, that we do bring the voice of the valleys into this discussion and that we allow people in the valleys to have a meaningful say in plans for their own future. So I'm encouraged by the talks of the local authorities that have been involved, bringing events like summits and workshops into play so that we do get that engagement with local people. But of course Adam has raised the issue that in some ways this kind of reacts against perhaps the city region plans, which will be focusing on the fact that the valleys are proximate to the M4 corridor, whereas what you want to do with the valleys plan is to actually bring investment into the upper valleys. And of course we do have to consider what the valleys actually constitutes, and that there is a meaningful difference between the southern corridor end and the upper valleys. I know you acknowledge there is a difference. We don't want to get too much into it because investment in the valleys as such is a good thing, but I think it is there is a distinct difference between the two ends of the valleys, so we have to be a bit focused about where we do put any investment. Now, going back to the public engagement, how will you ensure that the voice of local people will continue to be represented in your plans, and will that voice lead to meaningful change? You did mention the relationship with the city regions, and it isn't perhaps the shape of it at the moment isn't as you would like it to be. So if you could shed a little bit more light on that, that would be good. The primary need is the need for good quality and sustainable jobs. Yes, they need to be high quality jobs, we need to move away from low skills and try to get people into higher skilled jobs. So clearly that involves a need to retrain people, and a big factor is giving an increased opportunity to train and retrain people so that people of all ages in the valleys will be able to access those jobs. What specific commitments will be given to retraining? You're going to have to work with employers, with local colleges and with careers advisors. So what will your engagement be with employers and colleges and with Careers Wales as you take your plans forward? Particular points that were raised last time, in fact, by Hevin David, who is he's got a lot of experience clearly of higher and further education. He mentioned more part-time study and more franchised study was needed, and that local colleges would have to take that responsibility on. So what are your thoughts on those precise points? Transport is going to be key. Mick, Anthony and Adam Price have both in the past cited the need for a circle line around the valleys, which the current plans for the South Wales Metro do to some extent provide for. So I think we need to make sure that the Metro doesn't end up just being another route into Cardiff. We do need it to have that interconnection between the valleys. What will you be doing to ensure that that interconnecting idea remains in place as plans for the Metro progress? And can you offer anything to ensure us or to help keep the Metro from perhaps bypassing these plans in future? Perhaps if it scales down its investment, there is a danger that that interconnecting idea could disappear. We also have local schemes. A couple of them were mentioned today. That's very welcome. The canal scheme sounds like a good initiative. I met last week with several people involved with the Rhondda Tunnel scheme. So I wonder what part schemes like that will have in your thinking. And are you looking to develop more local transport schemes as we go forward? Diolch yn fawr.
Presiding Officer, one of the issues that was raised with us at almost every public event we've done over the last 2 years has been the issue of local transport. Most people raise issues around local buses rather than the metro system. And I think it's important that we do recognise that in developing the metro, we are developing and delivering a transport network which does go beyond simply the trains and that quite often form the highlights of that. So we will be ensuring that transport links lie at the heart of what we're doing. When we identified the 7 strategic hubs, we identified areas that were accessible by public transport and areas which would be served by the metro in the future, so that we do have a spatial and strategic view of where we will be focusing investment in the future, and the metro will form an absolutely essential part of that. In terms of the issues that the UKIP spokesperson raises on apprenticeships and training, clearly we will be ensuring that the employability programme that the Minister for Welsh Language and Lifelong Learning has launched is active in the valleys and which has a focus on the valleys. We're also developing a shared apprenticeship model in Merthyr Tydfil, which will ensure that we are able to develop and learn the lessons of some of the other projects, such as the Aspire project based in my own constituency, which will ensure that we have a means of delivering skills training and apprenticeships which is sustainable and reaches all the different parts of the valleys and the different skills required for sustainable jobs in the valleys. But can I say, the UKIP spokesperson makes a point of ensuring that local people are involved in the design of all of these different projects and programmes. We have rooted all that we've done in the ambitions that have been shared with us from people in and around the communities of the valleys. This hasn't simply been co-produced in the way that the Conservative spokesperson has said, but it's been rooted in the ambitions and the visions of people throughout the whole of the Valleys region. We have spent time and we have invested time, not simply in talking with, but listening to what those people have said to us. And one of the key things they've said to us, and the Plaid Cymru spokesperson referred to this in his remarks, has been all too often ambitions have been, expectations have been raised only for those hopes to be dashed. What I want to be able to do through this programme of listening and talking, and by publishing a delivery plan, is to be held to account for the promises that we make, so that people here, members on all sides of the chamber here, will be able to hold us to account for what we deliver and what we say we will deliver, the timetables and the targets that we set. But at the same time, people across the valleys will be able to hold us to account as well. And I think in terms of winning and rebuilding trust in politics, that is essential for the future.
Dawn Bowden.
Diolch, Llywydd, and can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for the update. I think that there is, Alan, much to welcome in the statement that you've presented today, and, like you, representing a Valleys community, I've been hugely supportive of the work of the task force and what it's set out to achieve, and the way in which it's engaged with communities right the way across the valleys to get to the point that we're at now. But you'll appreciate that I'm going to make no apologies for once again taking this opportunity to make a parochial point about the Upper Rumney Valley again, because while I welcome the kind of investment that we've seen in things like the delivery of the new Idris Davies School in Abertwysig, for instance, I do remain concerned that that Rumney is becoming a forgotten corner of the valleys. There's been no obvious or substantial economic investment coming its way, despite it being so strategically placed next to the heads of the valley road. And as also already been mentioned, I think this is the point that the Bevan Foundation were trying to make in their statement, in particularly in relation to the metro investment in Tafts Well. And I know you don't want to go into that, and I know others have mentioned it, but I will repeat it. It's closer to Cardiff than it is the valleys, and I have raised this before, and I think it is a question of economic priorities in terms of investment, and that's the reason I've questioned that, because I think such an investment like that, if that had been in the Rumney Valley, it would have been transformational in terms of the quality jobs that it would have provided, the skills it would have brought with it, the positive knock-on effect to the wider economy, not just in Rumney, but across the heads of the valley. And it would have ticked every box in the Valley's task force objectives, as well as in the government's Better Jobs Closer to Home programme. So, given the Welsh Government has to lead on the delivery of investment in our Valleys communities, and it does hold the levers of economic power in so many areas, I'm pleased that the Cabinet Secretary for the Economy is coming to Rumney on Thursday, when he's going to be meeting with local representatives and some businesses there, and he will be able to see firsthand and hear from them what's expected. So my question to you as Cabinet Secretary for Public Services is, will you also visit Rumney with me and discuss the progress in our valley strategies for these communities, and give some assurance that this valley will not be left behind? Because frankly, while of course I totally understand that things can't happen overnight, and I know that you will agree with this, But if our valleys and our future doesn't deliver in places like Rumney, then it will have failed.
Presiding Officer, the Rumney Valley has some great advocates. Speaking on its behalf, I know that Dawn Bowden, a member for Merthyr and Rumney, speaks for the upper Rumney Valley, and our colleague Heaven David speaks for the lower parts of the Rumney Valley with equal veracity, shall we say. So I understand the points that have been made, and I recognise those points. I'm very happy to come across to Rumney at any point to speak and to visit and to have these conversations. But I think the fundamental point you make about the communities of the upper valleys, of the heads of valleys, is absolutely correct. And, I think you attended a seminar back in April to discuss some of those particular issues. And, all too often, we look at the valleys as a whole without understanding the differential in different communities and the importance of having a very focused strategy to address some of the more deep-seated issues. And for me, the heads of the valleys will provide the litmus test for us, whether we succeed or fail. The points made by Plaid Cymru spokesperson were well made, and if we are to pass the tests that have been set by yourself and by others here, it will be in places like Pont-Lottin or Rumney that will be seen. So let me say this. We brought together a group of people in the spring to look at how the dualling of the 465, the Heads of Valleys Road, can be used as a catalyst for change. And I believe we need to now look at what steps and what investments we have to make in the infrastructure of the upper valleys to realise that ambition. I can see the member for the Cannon Valley is here as well. And we know that from Hirwaun right across to Brimawr, our communities face some very significant challenges which are beyond those faced by other areas, which we can debate whether they are part of the valleys or not at perhaps another time. But the key issue of the upper valleys is firmly in the centre of my mind, and I hope that what we'll be able to do in the early autumn is to have in place an industrial strategy which is aimed at those upper valley communities, an industrial strategy for the heads of valleys which looks to see at how we can secure sustainable employment in and around the area of the Tower Colliery site, in the upper Cannon Valley, across to Merthyr itself. I think the Crucible project, which we've debated before, will provide a real boost for Merthyr in the way forward. The upper Rumney Valley needs exactly the sort of investment that you've described, and for my own constituency in terms of developing places like the Tranebach industrial estate, the Rasa industrial estate, ensuring that the Tech Valley's investment doesn't simply stay in Ebble Vale, but is able to act as a boost for investment across the whole of the Heads of Valleys region. That is the ambition that I think we all share, and we need to make that a reality. So I very much agree with the points that have been made.
Vicky Howells.
Diolch, Llywydd. Thank you, Cabinet Secretary, for your update here today. You'll know that I'm an enthusiastic supporter of the Valleys Task Force and its delivery plan, as are so many of my constituents as well. And it's good to see you referencing the former Tower Colliery site, which I believe has excellent potential due to its unique connectivity links. And I look forward to seeing what can be done with that site with Welsh Government help in the future. I have a few questions for you today. Firstly, in relation to the Valleys landscape parks and particularly joining those up, you may have seen recently in the news that RCT Council has been appointed as the lead authority to take forward the reopening of former railway tunnels, including the Abernant Tunnel, which links Cwmbach in my constituency with Merthyr Tydfil. Would you, with your comments around heritage and tourism, do you agree with me that these structures, including the Abernant Tunnel designed by Brunel, could be used as levers to support tourism being brought into the area and also to encourage active travel? And how can the Welsh Government support taking these projects forward? Secondly, a number of interventions around health were mentioned in Our Valleys, Our Future, and with last week's timely 70th anniversary of the NHS and that institution's strong links to the valleys, are you able to say any more on Welsh Government actions to meet these goals? Thirdly and finally, I recently spoke at a conference organised under the umbrella of the Mutuals Alliance, which highlighted how cooperative and mutual models could be used to deliver services in a range of areas. How are you linking into this sector and encouraging the development of real grassroots cooperative alternatives?
Presiding Officer, the points made by the member for Cynnon Valley are very well made. And in terms of health and cooperatives, of course, we have just celebrated what many people described as the 70th anniversary of the National Health Service. Of course, for those of us from Tredegar, Presiding Officer, it is simply the 70th anniversary of the Act of Parliament that created the National Health Service. We have been celebrating the 128th anniversary of the founding of the Tredegar Medical Aid and Sick Relief Fund that led to the creation of the Health Service. And that's a very well-made point, because most of us who are members of a cooperative party recognise that there are ways that active citizenship can be used in order to deliver significant change in our communities, which takes us back to many of the themes that have run through our conversation this afternoon. And what my ambition for the valleys isn't simply doing things to the valleys, whether the valleys like it or not, but active citizenship determining our futures throughout the valleys. The future that we would want to see in the Sir Howie Valley and in Blaenau Gwent may well be very different to the view of the member for Neath and the Neath Valley and the Dillais Valley, where we were very recently, where we'd have a different set of priorities and a very different set of ambitions. But it is right and proper that we put in place the means of enabling active citizens to take control of their own futures and to ensure that we provide the means and the funding and the structures to enable people to do that. And when, I think of the great history and heritage of the valleys, we talk about the Abernant Tunnel this afternoon, but we've also talked about the tunnel in the Rhondda Valleys on previous occasions. There are opportunities here for us to change the future of the valleys. And, I think the Valleys Landscape Park is one of these very, very exciting initiatives and concepts that can actually do far more than it says on the tin. It can actually change the way that we look at ourselves, which is absolutely crucial for me. And, when I was talking to people in Aberdare, Adair Valley Country Park, a couple of months ago about their ambitions for the future, it struck a chord with me about my own ambitions, that we share that vision for the future. And when I think of the landscape park, I think also of gateways, areas into the valleys. I think the Adair Valley Country Park could be one of those areas. I think Merthyr could be one of those areas. I think areas around my own constituency with the heritage of the National Health Service could also be one of those, and we can bring in Blaenavon with Big Pit and other areas as well. There are a number of ways in which we can transform the future, but we will only do it if we root our visions with visions of people living in the valleys at the same time. And, when we were talking about the economy of the heads of valleys, it was great to see Tyrone O'Sullivan, a great miners leader, talking there about his ambitions for the future of the Tower site and what that can continue to offer the people, not just of Hirwaun and Aberdare, but people of the whole of the Heads of Valleys region. And it's that ambition that I hope we can unleash in the future.
Finally, David Rees.
Cabinet Secretary, thank you for your statement this afternoon, and I very much welcome the task force and its ambitions, and I want to see it work, because obviously I want to be able to see it work and the lessons learned from that apply to all the valleys in South Wales, because as you know, the Avon Valley is not included in your hub areas, but you've actually identified the Valley Landscape Park as one opportunity, and Vicky Howells has mentioned the Abernant Tunnel. The one she didn't mention was the Rhondda to Blaen Gwynfi Tunnel, to ensure that that all works as well. But there are developments in the Avon Valley, which is not included, which have looked at projects which will develop the tourism industry in there, whether the Avon Valley Resort project or the Tunnel project. These are projects focusing upon bringing tourism in. Will you confirm to me now that because we're not in the hub areas, that we will not be missing out on the opportunities to benefit from the Valley Landscape Park, so that we can build into that and work together?
I can absolutely make that confirmation today. You know, when you take decisions about a strategic investment, you do create that sort of situation whereby some people feel they're in and others feel that they're not. And I recognise that, and I know that others have made very similar points to me at different times. But let me say this. I think all of us who've travelled through the Avon Valley and who've travelled up to Glangwynddri and over the top there have seen a landscape that is comparable with anywhere in the world. It's a fantastic place to be. It's a fantastic proposition, if you like, for tourism. It brings together some fantastic opportunities. And certainly the conversations that we've had about the future of tourism in the Avon Valley are, I think, some of the most positive conversations I've had about the future of the valleys, and certainly the investments that we've debated and discussed in the Avon Valley, I think will transform not just the Avon Valley, but the perception of the valleys and the place of the valleys, both in terms of tourism from Wales and the rest of the UK, but also our own perception of ourselves. And, you know, I think the valleys, in terms of tourism, have more potential than almost any other part of Wales. That potential is currently untapped. What we have to do is to ensure that we put in place the structures that enable tourism to be a key part of our future, but also, and this is important for me in finishing, Deputy Presiding Officer, that the benefits of our tourism stays within the valleys, and that we seek valley communities benefiting from that in a very real way. And also, returning to a point that was made by the member for the Cynon Valley, that we do also ensure that it's a part of who we are in the future in terms of public health and in terms of providing opportunities for people to explore and understand in a way that we've been losing in the last few decades. So the reopening of the tunnels is one way, and understanding of our heritage is another way, and opening up access to the hills and the mountains and the countryside around the valleys and within the valleys, I think is a way of reconnecting ourselves with our past to create a very different future.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Item 4 on the agenda this afternoon is a statement by the Leader of the House on the review of gender equality, and I call on the Leader of the House, Julie James, to move the statement.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. On International Women's Day, the First Minister announced a rapid review of our gender and equality policies and wanted to bring new impetus to that work. The initial phase of this review has been supported by the equalities charity Chwarae Teg and the Wales Centre for Public Policy. I'm very pleased today to be able to update Assembly members on progress and to set out next steps. Chwarae Teg and the Wales Centre for Public Policy have today published an important report gathering evidence from Wales, the UK and other countries. I'm extremely grateful to them for their work and also extend my thanks to the many stakeholders who contributed to the evidence gathering and who put forward proposals for consideration. The Chwarae Teg report identifies mechanisms to strengthen the way Welsh Government, the National Assembly for Wales and the Welsh public sector work, and to be more ambitious about the development of our policies in ways which actively promote equality in relation to gender. The report focuses on 3 key themes, the first being vision and leadership. The Welsh Government is challenged to be clearer about our vision for Wales, in which gender is at the heart of our policy making. We need to set a clear vision of equality in Wales, identifying goals and desired outcomes, and making sure that this is well understood within the Government, with our stakeholders and the general public. Wales has some world-leading legislation, and we have been challenged to do more to consistently use this to its full potential to have a greater impact. The Welsh Government also has an important role to play in leading by example, both as an employer and a policymaker, to drive lasting change. The second theme, policy and practice, looks at the way the Welsh Government designs and implements policies and legislation. The report has identified areas of good practice and made recommendations about how this can be delivered more consistently. It focuses on areas such as the budget-setting process, how we engage, and the importance of effective equality impact assessments. The final theme, external scrutiny and accountability, finds that external scrutiny is welcomed and that effective scrutiny drives behaviour change. The report identifies that there is scope to strengthen and better integrate existing accountability mechanisms across the legislative and regulatory framework. The report also highlights the importance of putting such action in the context of equality more widely, recognising that intersectional factors such as disability, race and poverty have a great impact on life outcomes. Conversely, a strong focus on gender equality has the potential to drive forward equality and fairness for everyone in Wales, including the most disadvantaged groups in our society. The Wales Centre for Public Policy report annexed to this report examines international approaches to embedding a gender perspective in decision and policy making. Scandinavian and Nordic countries consistently score well in indices that measure how well countries are closing gender inequality gaps. The report recognises that some policies implemented by these countries cannot easily be transported to Wales, where we have a very different welfare regime, mostly determined by the UK government. But however, they're well worth considering in what we can learn from their sustained efforts to promote gender equality. The WCPP report recognises the challenges of including a gender perspective in all decision-making, finding that we need the right cultural and behavioural conditions, cross-cutting government working, equalities expertise and the inclusion of the voices of people affected by mainstream policies that are otherwise assumed to be gender neutral. The WCPP concludes that proactive, creative and collaborative use of gender mainstreaming principles and tools will assist with setting a vision for equality in Phase 2 of the Gender Equality Review and recommends areas to explore in our next phase. These reports have posed challenging questions we need to ask ourselves and presented recommendations for action to strengthen the building blocks for achieving gender equality. These recommendations provide areas for action in Phase 2 that we can move forward on immediately and others that will need further exploration. I will publish a full response in the autumn. The second phase of the review will begin as soon as possible and will provide the opportunity to explore these recommendations in greater depth. Excuse me, Presiding Officer, I thought that was on silent, but it's vibrating in a very unhelpful manner. And I've completely lost my focus now. This will include clarification of the costs, issues and risks involved and move to action. I will set up a steering group to facilitate the progress of Phase 2 and the analysis of the Phase 1 recommendations. We have achieved important successes as regards equality in recent years, including the Wellbeing of Future Generations Wales Act 2015 and the Violence Against Women, Domestic Abuse and Sexual Violence Wales Act 2015. Nevertheless, it is clear that we must make better use of the levers of government if we are to achieve the ambition to be a gender-equal government that truly puts gender at the centre of our policies. We need to strengthen the current vision and leadership in Wales and build on our existing legislative and regulatory framework to advance gender equality and women's empowerment. The report makes it clear that this framework and how the various pieces fit together is not well understood by stakeholders and is consequently perceived as not fully integrated. We can and we will do better.
Thank you. Susie Davis.
Thank you very much for the statement, I'm happy actually to join with you in congratulating your success as a government, obviously supported by this Assembly, in the two bills, the two acts that you mentioned at the end of your statement. I think there is quite a lot to be proud of there. To turn to the rest of the statement, though, I wonder if you can deal with these for me. The first one is, I'm just wondering, is this intended to be a sort of pathfinder for private and social enterprise sector as well? I accept that we are a very small and medium business size enterprise sector in Wales, and there'll be lots of businesses that are too small to take a lot of what we're talking about on board here. But I'm just wondering, what's your plans for perhaps rolling this out or sharing the good practice that we'll see as a result of this, hopefully, with the private sector, and whether there might be any plans to incentivise some businesses to take these on. My argument would be that there shouldn't be a need to incentivise them, but it's always worth considering, isn't it? I think you mentioned the... yes, just to go back to your first policy and practice, vision and leadership part of your statement. Equality and sustainability were embedded in this Assembly when it was created, so I was perhaps a little worried to hear that a clear vision of equality may not be as understood within government as perhaps we might have expected. Do you have any internal policy on this? I'm surely you must have, because the Assembly itself does. But if you do, can you say whether the gaps are visible in any particular directorate or particular policy area, and what it is that you will be expecting from the vision and leadership to fix precisely? Turning to equality impact assessments, I'm wondering if the process for compiling these has changed significantly over the years. I remember reading budget documents, there certainly was a time when these were referred to and then routinely ignored in making decisions. So if there have been any movements forward in what is considered during the course of making impact assessments, I think that would be quite helpful for us to all know, actually. I haven't seen the report itself, I'll be honest with you there, but I was quite interested in your remarks on scrutiny and accountability. not just in the role of this Assembly, obviously it's clearly the role of this Assembly, but civil society in Wales as a whole has a huge role to play here as well, not least our media. Do you have any concerns that there may be some quarters who are nervous of criticising the outcome of Welsh Government policy, lest they be received less favourably for Welsh support in the future? And then, looking at the mainstreaming of principles and tools, which you mentioned, I'd like to come back to a particular area of interest for me, which is the vocational choices which tend to be made by young women post-16. And one of the things I particularly wanted to mention was the lack of enthusiasm on the part of Welsh Government here for an apprenticeship route into occupational therapy, as they have in England. Now, this is an area of work that is already very attractive to women, and I think this lack of an apprenticeship route is actually a barrier for women coming into an area of work, but actually they've actually got a massive career opportunity with plenty of routes of progression within the profession. And then similarly, we've discussed peer pressure before about the choices young women make at 16. Alongside any work that encourages them to go into the less traditional areas of health, health and beauty and social care and so on, how will your steering group consider how further education courses, which traditionally attract young women, can be geared better and promoted better to students, that they should view these as the beginning of a choice of as the beginning of an ambitious career programme, rather than just assuming that it's got limited expectations, which perhaps unfairly characterises some of these courses, I have to say that, so that they're looking at it with an ambitious eye, rather than just a sort of, well, this is what I can do because perhaps my academic qualifications weren't so great. Thank you.
Yes, a very excellent set of questions. I'll try and just talk about them as we go through. Apologies, the report has been published today. I'm not at all therefore surprised that Susie Davis hasn't had a chance to read it in any depth, however. There is a summary report included. It's published on the Chwarae website. There are also the annex from the Welsh Policy Annex is also very interesting in international examples, if you like. And I think, Deputy Presiding Officer, it's fair to say, and I've said this to Cabinet colleagues as well, in reading that report I experienced an almost epiphany in the way that I thought about gender. It's very interesting. I hope members will be able to read it. The statement today is the beginning of a process, so we're not formally responding to the report. I can answer some of the questions from what I know now, but what we're doing is launching the report. And what I very much hope we can do, Deputy Presiding Officer, is have a good conversation across this chamber and civic society and all society in Wales about what on earth to do about it. The epiphany is this: that in the Scandinavian and Nordic countries, they start from an agreed place that women suffer discrimination at all levels in society. So obviously those suffer discrimination is in proportion to where else they are in that society. So a white middle class woman will suffer less discrimination than an ethnic minority, disabled woman and so on. But nevertheless that discrimination is there as against their male counterpart. And therefore they look at all of their policies not to see that they don't discriminate, but what they do to advance the cause of equality, which is the flip side. And as soon as you start to look at it like that, it looks very different. So you ask yourself not, will this policy discriminate against women? Because that is what it describes as gender neutral. In other words, it will do nothing about the relative place of women at the moment. It won't discriminate against them, but neither will it advance them. And I think that a conversation needs to be had about whether we want to flip that the other way around. So I think that is a real difference in the way that this report presents itself to us. And then when you view our policies through that framework, they look different. So we've done very well in eliminating discrimination. What we haven't done well at is advancing equality. And I do think that those are very important. So in your series of questions, that's what the clear vision is. It's not that we don't have a clear vision about preventing discrimination. It's that we lack the clear vision for advancing equality. So if you flip it like that all the way through, you can see. So when you look at our equality impact assessments and flip them, you get a slightly different result and slightly different policies, and that goes all the way through. And if you do the scrutiny on that basis, you get a different result. So the report is very interesting, Presiding Officer, and has the basis for us do it differently in the way that countries that are a lot further advanced than us are still doing in numbers. Because nowhere in the world, I'm sorry to say, are women actually equal with their male counterparts in the society that they live in.
Sian Gwedlin.
Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you very much, and I too welcome the publication of the first part of this review of gender and equality policies, but we have to acknowledge, of course, that this work is restricted in its nature and the focus on the government processes, and they are important, of course, and issues such as equality impact assessments are important, but it is limited with regard to promoting equality across society in Wales, and that ultimately is what will lead to a nation where women can live their lives safely and where equality is prioritised. Now, I do agree with you when you say in your statement that the Welsh Government does have an important role to play in leading by example as an employer and as a policymaker to create permanent change. Recommendation 24 of the report by Chwarae Teg notes that stage 2 needs to start with a public debate in order to put actions, practical actions in place and tangible actions in place to promote equality. And for me, this is an important recommendation. Yes, we do need to have that debate, but please not one that goes on and on and on. What's important is that actions are taken on key policy areas, and there's already a whole host of evidence about these issues. We know already what we need to be tackling in order to lead to improvement. What we need to do now is to make that improvement. Now, one of those areas, of course, is childcare. And everyone recognises that having affordable childcare provision that's available in all parts of Wales is vitally important to promote equality. So you know what I'm going to ask next. Do you believe that the current childcare offer of your government is fit for purpose? I wonder whether we need to reconsider the childcare bill that's going through committee stage at present, because it is taking us towards one specific direction, and stakeholders, the vast majority of them, argue that that direction is the incorrect one, and argue that the childcare offer needs to be active when a child is 1 year old and not when they're 2 years of age. And that's what will make the genuine difference in order to allow more women to return to the workplace. So the question I ask is, do you believe that it would be worth pausing the bill, reconsidering it, and reintroducing a motion that would make the difference that we all wish to see? And turning to a second area, whilst this review is underway and whilst stage 2 will take place, the discussions about Brexit will also continue and will intensify. And it's vitally important that women's rights are maintained and developed as a result of leaving the European Union. Now, rights such as the right to equal pay, right for leave from work for antenatal appointment, rights in the workplace for pregnant women or for women who are on maternity leave, health and safety for women in the workplace, pension rights and so on. Rights, as you know, that stem directly from our membership of the European Union, but also rights that are genuinely at risk of being lost, remembering this increasingly aggressive environment that we're living in with regard to rights. We need to face this possibility that some of these rights will be undermined, without mentioning preventing the further development of rights. And one way of safeguarding these rights would be to embed equality principles in the law in Wales, the Istanbul Convention and the Convention on Eradicating Discrimination Against Women and so on. So I'd like to know, I know that I'm straying from the review itself here, but I do think it's important at this current time. Is the government considering embedding those equality principles in our laws here in Wales? Experts such as Professor Simon Hoffman from Swansea University is of the opinion that it would be appropriate to do just that, and it's within our competence and perhaps to put forward a bill to safeguard women's rights and also workers' rights, of course, a specific bill in Wales. You mention in your statement that you want to show vision and leadership in Wales on gender issues, and of course we want to do that. I think that bringing a bill forward to safeguard our rights as women would be an excellent way of showing that vision and leadership. Thank you.
Yes, a very important set of points there. In terms of why it's limited in the way that it is, it's just the first phase of the review. To get it underway, we asked them to do a rapid review of the government and its policies deliberately as a place to start. That's all. So obviously what we want to do is take it out from there, and the recommendations make that plain. There are, however, some recommendations for us, as I said, as both an employer and a policy lead, to make sure that we have our own house in the very best place it can be in order to be able to be a role model. It's very hard to ask other parts of our society to, for example, close the gender pay gap if we are not able to do it ourselves. So I do think there are some important things that can be done in-house, if you like, but then clearly the idea is to take it out to the world, and a large number of the Phase 2 recommendations are around that and the steering group, and I'd very much welcome a role for the cross-party group on women in taking forward the review as well, because this place, I think we have many things that we share across the whole Senedd about how this can be taken forward, and there are some very exciting things in here that will need some drive to push them forward. You mentioned a couple of very specific things. The childcare offer, the bill at the moment on the childcare offer is actually just about the HMRC arrangements for proving eligibility for working parents. So I don't think that limits us in terms of what we do on childcare offers. So that's a different bill. The committee scrutiny for the actual childcare offer bill will be very interesting to see, and I'm sure we'll take into account a range of stakeholder views and so on. And there's a conversation to be had about what the best way forward on some of the offers is. I mean, I think our offer in our manifesto is a very generous offer, but there are issues around all childcare offers that need to be fully explored. And in terms of Brexit and the embedding of rights, we are actively looking into whether we can embed parts of all of the Istanbul Convention. Obviously, we're not the nation state, but what we can do to embed that in our law, and actually also the CEDAW stuff from the European Union, that we want to hold on to those rights and make sure that they are embedded in our law. So there's an active engagement with the Council General about how we might achieve that in our legislation, and what the best way to do that is, whether it needs a separate bill or whether we can do it in another way. And that will be very much part of Phase 2 as well as we go forward. And we'll be looking to establish a steering group alongside the cross-party group on women, which I know, Llyngwaith, you take a very particular interest in, as well, alongside Jane Hatz and Susie Davis. And I'm very much hoping that together we can get a consensus on how to take some of the very exciting parts of this review forward.
Thank you. Caroline Jones.
Diolch, Dyfryn Llywydd. Thank you for your statement, Leader of the House, and for your earlier written statement. This year we celebrated the centenary of the first women being able to vote in parliamentary elections, and 90 years since we were given the vote on equal terms. Gender equality has come a long way in those 90 or so years, but it hasn't come far enough. There is still a huge gender pay gap, unnecessary barriers to women taking key leadership roles, and we still battle misogyny on a daily basis. Gender is a function of biology and should have no bearing on a person's life chances. Unfortunately, in 2018, it still does. Welsh women can expect to earn over £1.80 an hour less than men. Only 6% of the top 100 companies' chief executives and fewer than 14% of local government chief executives are women. Women make up 51% of the Welsh population, yet only make up 42% of senior officials in Welsh Government. Only 28% of local councillors are women. Welsh Government have passed a number of pieces of legislation and regulations aimed at improving gender equality. But, as highlighted by the rapid review of gender equality, they are not working sufficiently well. Legislation will not tackle misogyny. Positive discrimination will not eradicate prejudice. We have to change attitudes. We have to show the world that it is not okay to make comments on a woman's appearance rather than what she is saying. We have to show the world that men are not better than women, that girls can do anything that boys can. And we have to show the world that threatening to rape someone on Twitter will not be tolerated. I have just one or two questions on your statement. Leader of the House, how will you ensure that action on gender equality is taken across government? And what discussions have you had with the Cabinet Secretary for Education about the action she can take to ensure young people are educated about becoming gender blind and encouraging young girls and boys to challenge stereotypes? There should be no such thing as a man's job or a woman's job. Young people should be free and encouraged to do whatever job they wish. And finally, Leader of the House, when will you be in a position to outline the timescales for the completion of Phase 2? We all have a role to play in improving gender equality. We have to fight misogyny, stand up to domestic violence and challenge gender stereotypes. That's not feminism, it's humanism. We will not tolerate discrimination in any form. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you. Leader of the House.
Well, thank you very much for those remarks. There was much there that I completely agreed with. I think, Deputy Presiding Officer, it's worth indulging myself with a quote from a young woman who was with us standing outside with Val Feld's plaque, who said that she looked forward to a time when somebody complimenting her on her figures was talking about her attainment in maths and not the shape of her body. So I think that's something well worth bearing in mind, and we are a long way from that, I fear. But I also think it's worth quoting a little bit from the report, and I appreciate members won't have had a chance to read it even at all, or certainly not in depth, because I do think this epiphany that I spoke of earlier is summarised by this. So it says, a gender-neutral approach defaults to treating men and women the same, which does not result in equality of outcome for men and women. This approach is often described as gender blind, which the UN define as inability to perceive that there are different gender roles, needs, responsibilities of men, women, boys and girls, and as a result, failure to realise that policies, programmes and projects can have different impacts on men, women, boys and girls. And I think that sums up the report. So it's exactly as I said in response to Susie Davis. If you flip the way you think about it and say that gender neutrality is not what we're looking for looking for gender equality, which is not the same thing, because we are not equal when we start, and therefore a policy which is gender neutral results in the same inequality at the other side of it as it did when it started. And that's the drive, I think, across government. Obviously, we've taken this report through Cabinet before I took my oral statement. We had a robust conversation there about what can be done, and in taking Phase 2 forward and in developing our full response to this, which I'll bring back to the Senate in the autumn, we will be talking about what each Cabinet Secretary and their departments can contribute to this. There are recommendations in the report which I have yet to be able to discuss with all parts of this structure of government, if I can call it that. Some of them are for the Commission. Some of them are around the ways political parties promote gender equality and so on, and that's why I was talking about the cross-party working group, taking some of those forward, and we will need to find some structures for how to advance a mutual understanding of all of that, and that clearer vision, which is not just for the government, but across civic society. I think Sian Gwendryn very much majored on that as well, that we accept where we start and then what we want to do to go forward, and I do think that's the fundamental for that. In terms of outcomes, we're expecting to get to a point where we can agree how to take this forward by a year's time. I mean, I just want to be really clear what I mean by that. Obviously, I don't expect to have achieved gender equality in a year's time. Would that I could expect that, but obviously not. What we hope to do is to have a comprehensive programme to embed in Wales in our lives in a year's time that we all agree on, that we can take forward.
Thank you. Jane Hutt.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I welcome your statement, Leader of the House, on the gender review, particularly relevant to this year with the centenary of women's suffrage. Last Saturday, I spoke at an adult learning event, and my theme was, we won the vote 100 years ago, let's win equality for women in Wales today. And the opera Rhondda Rips It Up, which some of us saw, the WNO opera, told us about the life of Margaret Mackworth, or Lady Rhondda as she became, who set fire to the post box in Newport as part of her protest as a suffragette. She was sent to prison and went on hunger strike, but was released under the Cat and Mouse Act. But the main theme on Saturday, once we talked a bit about suffragettes in our communities and historical figures who'd made such an impact and enabled us to be there and be discussing the way forward, the main discussion point on Saturday was on issues relating to today's Wales in terms of gender equality, and that's where my questions will arise in relation to your review. I look forward to reading the reports that you have published today. I've only been able to read the Chwaraeteg gender review summary, but I particularly have been impressed by the Women's Equality Network manifesto, and that states that it has, the manifesto and the network have a vision for Wales where every woman and girl is treated equally, lives safe from violence and fear, and is able to fully participate in the economy. So, Leader of the House, do you believe the outcomes of the gender review, phase 1 and then moving on to phase 2, will help us to move to fulfil? We can only make steps to fulfil that vision. We acknowledge that. Will it help to address gender inequalities which are highlighted in that manifesto? And it's worth again looking at those inequalities. 55% of girls aged 7 to 21 say that gender stereotypes affect their ability to say what they think. 52% of women report being sexually harassed in the workplace. And we know we have a responsibility, not just Welsh Government, but here in this Assembly, to address the Me Too issues which have come out this year. 1 in 3 women in Wales will experience physical or sexual violence at some point in their lives. And the one which is so hard for us to tackle, and we cannot tackle it on our own in terms of Welsh Government, but there is a 15% gender pay gap in Wales. Average hourly pay for women in Wales is £10.57 compared with £12.75 for men. I mean, do you believe your review will help us to move forward in terms of securing commitment to halve the gender pay gap, as proposed by the Women's Equality Network in the manifesto? Can you update the Assembly on the gender pay gap in the Welsh Government? And indeed, the Commission has a responsibility here, and how we can directly address that. Now, you have said, and I'm grateful for it, that Sian Gwentley and I are co-chairing, and Susie Davis as well, the new cross-party group on women. On Thursday, we welcome Laura McAllister to speak on her expert panel on a Parliament that works for Wales. And I'm pleased to note the recommendation in the Chwaraeteg Phase 1 summary report, which says Welsh Government should legislate for implementation of the expert panel for Assembly reform. Well, we know this is again up to the Assembly to take this forward. I hope that the gender review will enable us to take this forward in terms of some of the gender-focused recommendations. And I would talk about regaining the 50-50 representation of men and women in this Assembly. We gained it in 2003. We have to regain that. And if that includes looking at those recommendations regarding gender quotas, job sharing, then so be it. And we need to move forward. Scourge violence against women in Wales, but the reality of violence against women is stark. I'm patron of both Atal of Row, my local women's aid group, and Bowso. Can you assure me that the recommendations in the gender review will be taken forward. And I think this does relate to your point in your statement about making better use of the levers of government. We can have legislation, we can have funding, we can have policy which we approve, but it's about how we use those levers of government to ensure that we put gender at the centre of our policies. Can we see a step change in Welsh Government to achieve this? And of course that does include the recommendations which say Welsh Government should review and, where necessary, strengthen existing legislation and duties, including the Violence Against Women Domestic Abuse Act. So just finally, sorry, thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. There's a lot more we can take forward, but I would be very, very pleased I hope will be agreed in our cross-party group that we can help you to take this forward in terms of the gender review.
Leader of the House.
Yes, I mean, thank you for that series of questions and comments, which, I mean, I entirely agree with what you said. There's a lot to digest in the report. I wanted to bring it forward to members for them to see the report as it is. We have not yet formally responded. We'll be doing that in the autumn, and I would very much welcome that cross-party group involvement in that, because I think this is an agenda, Deputy Presiding Officer, which self-evidently the government cannot achieve alone. We absolutely have to agree cross-party here a set of things to go forward in order to take civic society at large with us, because otherwise we're just not even going to get off the mark. And we've got groundbreaking legislation of which we're rightly very proud. It's played its role, it makes the statements, it sets in train some of the actions, but you need more than that. You need a groundswell of opinion. You need what's in the Scandinavian countries is an absolute acceptance across the piece that this is something that the country wants to tackle. So just to take some of the specifics that Jane Hutt mentioned, these are a cycle of self-fulfilling prophecies, really. Women make choices based on their gender because they expect to be primary carers in their home. One of the recommendations in the report, which I'm looking forward to exploring, is that we should take account of the unpaid care that goes on in the Welsh economy in terms of our GVA. I mean, that's a very interesting thing, because we know that the young women stakeholders who were interviewed as part of this process know that their aspirations will be tempered by their need to be the primary carer, because we have not shifted that agenda one bit. We also know that economic disadvantage plays a role, that's not the only cause, but it plays a role in gender violence. We know that gender aspirations do affect people's choices. We know these things are happening. We need a big push to accept as a society that we want to do something about that, to be the role model, to develop the role models that allow that to happen. And, Deputy Presiding Officer, I know that you share with me the frustration that this is a conversation we are still having, and we had it ourselves as young women, and we ought to be, advancing this. So I'm not ashamed to stand here and say I do not have all the answers to this, but between us, together, we can move this agenda forward.
Thank you. We have had major speakers from each of the parties. Can I now, the rest of the speakers, we've still got quite a few. It will be a short introduction and one question so that we can get through all of you. Bethan Syed.
I'll try and be brief. In your 2011 manifesto, there was a section where Labour outlined what they were going to do to make gender equality a reality and lead to significant changes of culture, not just within the government, but also in the private sector. And I don't feel this has been done to a significant enough level, and I appreciate your personal commitment, but it does sound to me as if you've never been in government for the last how many years by the way that you're speaking here today. There were promises, for example, to ensure public appointments were at least 40% women. This was back in 2011. How well is this going? There were commitments on specific equality duties to ensure employers identified areas of weakness in gender equality and to take steps to address it. Maternity discrimination in this country is rising. Flexible working is still seen as a fringe issue, and I think the quote from the report we have in front of us is clear, where it says that there is a clear lack of ambition from the Welsh Government, and it makes broad aspirational statements, but we don't see delivery following on from that. So for the First Minister now, at the end of his tenure, to tell me that he wants to have a feminist government is something that, quite frankly, I take with a pinch of salt, because we should have seen this happening sooner. Women should not be in this position now. If his feminist government was in action when he was first allocated abdicated his role as First Minister, then we wouldn't be having this very debate here today. I'd like to also ask why this review wasn't put out to tender in the first place. I've written to you about this, and I know it's not within your purview to have to do that, but in terms of ensuring openness in government, I think it's something that should have been considered, and I would urge you to do this for Phase 2. Having 2 meetings, one in South Wales and one in North Wales, for £44,000 of Welsh Government money is not something that I believe is a good use of public money. And in particular, we don't seem to know how many people involved, the diversity of the people involved, how they made their recommendations, and these are recommendations that we probably knew about anyway. So I'd finish on saying, well, Sian Gwenllian said we need to have action now. I'd prefer to have more action than more reviews, because we know what the issues are and we have to put them into practice.
Thank you. Leader of the House.
Well, absolutely. I agree that we need to have more action. I'm sorry that Bethan Said feels the way she does about it. I think we've addressed in correspondence the issues around the procurement. The whole point about this Deputy Presiding Officer was that we wanted a rapid review. I could have gone out to a 6-month procurement and we would have got a lot longer timescale. We wanted to do something quickly to make sure that we could pull the actions that she speaks of together. We've gone a long way since 2011 in this Assembly and in this government. We have done a very considerable amount in terms of legislation and in terms of attitude. What this report is saying is that we could do more. And as I said earlier in my introduction, it's quite clear that we have not achieved gender equality. But what's also clear is that there is not a nation on the planet that has achieved gender equality. We have a lot to learn from those other nations, and I'm not ashamed to say that we will redouble our efforts in that regard.
Thank you. Julie Morgan.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I've read through the the rapid review, and I'm pleased to see that the Leader of the House is praised for her leadership and passion for equality. And I wanted to raise a few quick points. First of all, there's a recommendation that there should be an Assembly Women and Equalities Committee, which seemed to me a good way of moving forward, and I wondered what she thought about that. There's quite a bit about shared parental leave and the very low take-up of it throughout the UK, and it is a universal problem. But I wondered whether the Leader of the House had had the opportunity to read about Sweden's practice and how they're trying to move to 5 months leave for men, and I wondered if she had any comment on that. And then equality impact assessments, which are absolutely crucial, but the evidence that seems to be coming through in these documents that it is perhaps seen as a tick-box exercise, and that we've had quite difficult changes to the grants, for example, for Traveller Education Service, which I've raised a few times, and it's difficult to find out what was the quality of the equality impact assessments there, if indeed anything did take place. So I think that would the Leader of the House be looking at equality impact assessments to see that they are used in a meaningful way. And finally, I welcome the strategic approach that is being used.
Leader of the House.
Yes, in terms of shared parental leave, there are some good recommendations in here, which we clearly need to discuss with the Civil Service in the Welsh Government and with the Commission as the two major employers in this building, which I'm very much looking forward to. And in my formal response to this in the autumn, we will be coming forward with with the result of some of those discussions. I've not yet had them, Deputy Presiding Officer, so I'm not in a position to say we've got this report to the Assembly as soon as we possibly could. But there are some very interesting case studies and so on in here, which I'm very much hoping to explore. In terms of the impact assessments, we are moving to a different form of equality impact assessment, and in fact a combined impact assessment across the government of a number of pieces. But as I said in my response to Susie Davis right at the beginning, I do think there's a difference between asking whether the policy impacts on women in any way, or whether it advances the equality of women. And I don't think we've done that second thing at all, actually. But it's something that I'm very much looking forward to making sure it gets embedded into our combined equalities assessments in the future. And the Cabinet Secretary for Finance and I have a meeting next week of our equality budget badge, or beige or something, I can't remember, B-A-G-E, isn't it? Which I'm very much hoping to discuss some of those issues with as well, and as I said, as part of the cross-party working group going forward, because I do think it will be important for us to have a consensus of what excellent looks like taking this agenda forward.
Thank you. Jenny Rathbone.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Well, 90 years after all women got the vote, we haven't used it that well in getting the changes we needed in promoting women's economic equality. And that's particularly around women's primary role looking after children, because women and men are paid roughly the same until they have children. It's after they have children. For most women, it is descending into living in poverty. Because the level of discrimination that we've revealed in our paternity, maternity at work inquiry, which we'll be debating after recess, indicates that even employment lawyers are discriminating against women, incredibly. We clearly have to do something, and I very much like the vision that's in the Chwarae Teg statement, the Phase 1 statement. Wales must be a world leader for all women and girls. Absolutely, we must. But we've got an awful lot of work to do. Clearly, women tend to be in the low-paid, zero-hours jobs, and men are in the much better-paid jobs. I'd like to applaud the work of Sarah Jones, who's chair of the Institution of Civil Engineers, because only 12% of engineering and technology students are girls, and there's a huge amount of work to be done with girls in school to ensure that they think this is a career that they can do, because being an engineer isn't about brawn. This is about precision skills, and we clearly have a huge amount of work to do. We've got excellent legislation, we're just not so great at implementing it. I really hope that we will take forward this Phase 1 review and really tackle the mote in our own eye before we start tackling the beam in other people's.
Yes, I think that's an excellent point, and as I said, there's a lot we can do to put our own house in order. The report is a huge food for thought when you have the chance to read it through thoroughly. The discussion around maternity and paternity leave, shared parental leave and so on is one that really resonated with me, because absolutely we have to ensure that women who want to take parental leave can do so. But until we move to a position where men take an equal share of that, women will always be disadvantaged, because as soon as you assume that the woman is the carer, then that young woman will assume that as they make their choices going forward. And we know from our stakeholder meetings that that is what's happening. And so they are already ruling themselves out of careers which might involve difficulty with that, because they know inevitably they won't be able to do that. And it's very hard to tell them otherwise when all the stats show them that. So there are some concerted things we need to do here. And this is a whole society attitude. And as I say, even in Scandinavian countries who have been a lot more progressive in looking at this for many years, the report is sobering reading about some of the places they still have to go. But I absolutely agree that we need to put our own house in order and be the shining exemplar that we ought to be. And I'm looking forward to those discussions with the Permanent Secretary and others over the summer, so that we can respond in that regard in the autumn.
Thank you. And finally, Mark Isherwood.
After meeting you last night, John Logie, the Parliamentary Under-Secretary in New Zealand Government's Ministry of Justice, was hosted by me as co-chair of the cross-party group on violence against women and children at a roundtable meeting to discuss gender-based violence and prevention. Clearly, there's not just a national but an international element to this, and we can each learn and progress together by engaging with each other. But at a domestic level, and I think you've heard me mention this before, during the last local government term, my wife, then a county councillor, was subjected to a campaign of misogynist bullying, some of it online, by the deputy leader of Flintshire County Council. The Ombudsman advised local mediation, and that agreed certain actions. But when the deputy leader reneged on his promise to make a public apology in the chamber, my wife was told the only action action she could take would be to make a formal complaint to the Ombudsman. By this stage, she was suffering from serious consequent anxiety and depression from which she's still not fully recovered. And of course, that individual is still Deputy Leader of the Council. What action can we take to ensure that bodies such as local authorities keep their own houses in order and do not require the victim to seek remedy?
Well done, Mike.
Leader.
Yes, well, without commenting on the specific circumstances, there clearly is an issue around impact and enforceability. So we have excellent... So I'm very proud of the public sector equality duty in Wales and the particular Welsh aspects to that. But there are issues around what we do if they aren't upheld. Some of the reporting could be better. These are things we learn as we go along. So very, very important to us will be to take the lessons of, you know, the legislation's all very well, but what do you do if it's breached, or what impact is it having? What do you do about you know, we have some exemplar public services in Wales, but we have some trailers. You know, what can we do about that? Will be very much part of this review, and I'd very much welcome your input into that, Mark Bishop.
Thank you very much, Leader House. Thank you. Item 5 is the legislative consent motion on the non-domestic rating nursery grounds bill. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Finance to move the motion. Mark Drayford.
Thank you very much, Deputy Presiding Officer. I welcome the opportunity to explain the background of this legislative consent motion. I'm grateful to the Economy, Infrastructure and Skills Committee for considering the motion and for their report. The committee believes that there is no barrier to the Assembly agreeing this LCM. The UK Government introduced the Non-Domestic Ratings Nursery Grounds Bill on the 23rd of May to introduce a number of measures on non-domestic rates following an announcement made in the autumn budget and statement made by the Chancellor. The bill includes specific motions to include buildings used as plant nurseries or which are part of such premises. The purpose of the provisions in the bill is to continue to exempt these properties from non-domestic rates in England and Wales once a decision of the appeal court overturned the previous method used by the office, and this bill ensures that payers of non-domestic rates for plant nurseries will continue not to pay non-domestic rates. The law will comply with the previous operation of the office and the government's intention from exempting land used for agricultural purposes and horticultural purposes from these rates. I'm of the view that these provisions are captured within the legislative competence of the National Assembly. However, I am content that these provisions should be made in the bill for England and Wales. This will ensure that we work in the same way to deal with plant nurseries across the two nations. Therefore, Deputy Presiding Officer, I move the motion and ask the Assembly to agree this LCM.
Thank you. I have no speakers for this debate, so the proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? No, therefore the motion is agreed in accordance with Standing Order 12.36. We now move on to item 6 on the agenda, which is a debate on the first supplementary budget of 2018-19, and I call on the Cabinet Secretary for Finance to move the motion. Mark Drakeford.
I move the usual motion for the first supplementary budget before the National Assembly. This is the first opportunity to amend budgetary plans for the current financial year, which were published and approved by the Assembly in January. The first supplementary budget is often quite narrow in scope, and this year is no exception. It is mainly administrative in nature. It regularises a number of allocations from our reserves and transfers between portfolios. It includes adjustments to the overall level of resources available to Wales, reflecting transfers and consequentials received from the UK Government, and it reflects changes in annually managed expenditure forecasts in line with our latest details provided to HM Treasury. It nevertheless represents an important part of the budget and scrutiny system of the National Assembly. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Finance Committee for their consideration of this budget and the report it has provided, with its 7 conclusions, published at the end of last week. I will formally respond to that report, of course, in the usual way. A number of the changes set out in this first supplementary budget regularise the position in respect of allocations from the capital reserves announced alongside the final budget debate and as part of the Wales Infrastructure Investment Plan midpoint review. These allocations utilise both general capital and financial transaction capital budgets. Over £70 million is allocated to the Health and Social Services MEG to support improvements to the NHS, such as neonatal services in Carmarthen and Swansea, and to help replace the Welsh ambulance fleet. £35 million is allocated to the education portfolio to accelerate the 21st Century Schools programme and to pilot a new model of community learning hubs, particularly in valley communities. Over £55 million is allocated to the Economy and Transport MEG to support the rollout of integrated active travel, developments in the Cardiff Capital Region and Tech Valleys, the next generation broadband, and to enhance the Cadw visitor experience. A small number of allocations have been made from the revenue reserves in this supplementary budget, including £7.2 million through the Immigration Health Surcharge, £5 million to support minority ethnic achievement and Gypsy Roma travellers, £1.8 million to expand the Pupil Development Grant, which will replace the school uniform grant, and £1 million to continue free weekend bus travel on the Traws-Cymru network. As a result of the changes in this supplementary budget, the revenue reserve stands at £129 million, with capital reserves at £126 million for general capital and £127 million for financial transaction capital. Dros y misoedd nesaf byddaf.
Over the next few months, I will be monitoring our financial situation very carefully, of course, and I intend to lay a second supplementary budget in accordance with the usual timetable. I continue to look with colleagues at the case for allocations from funds in year, whilst continuing to retain a level of resource which is sufficient for the financially uncertain period in which we work. This will allow us to respond where necessary to further possible pressures on the budget and to carry funds forward through the Welsh Reserve Fund. Any further allocations from reserves this year will be reflected in the second supplementary budget. I would like to thank the Finance Committee once again for their work in scrutinising this supplementary budget, and I ask members to support it.
Thank you. Can I now call on the Chair of the Finance Committee, Simon Thomas?
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and thank you for the opportunity for me to contribute in this debate. As the Cabinet Secretary has just outlined, this supplementary budget is not a significant one, but as a committee we do value the opportunity every time to consider any changes in the budget, and we do that formally through the supplementary budget process. And we've used this supplementary budget as an opportunity to identify where we would like to see more detail in going forward, and we look forward to the budget in the autumn, of course. So areas such as financial transaction capital, the Cabinet Secretary has talked about that already, and health funding, the rail franchise agreement, decarbonisation and the impact of the Future Generations legislation on the budget, and of course looking forward to the first carbon budget and student loan policies. These are areas that we will be looking to scrutinise further, and I will refer to just 3 of these briefly. Now, financial transaction capital is an area that the committee considered in the budget scrutiny last autumn, when we were concerned perhaps that the government might not be able to make use of this funding stream. And we're pleased to note that the majority of financial transaction capital has been utilised, and despite the Treasury restrictions, there is evidence of some innovative uses of the funding. And we would be eager to see further detail on how this funding is allocated, and this should be included in the overall picture of Welsh Government debt in the forthcoming budget. but the committee is concerned to see that some health boards are still not meeting their requirements under the National Health Service Finance Act, although it is reassuring to note that the health portfolio is currently managing within the funding it has been allocated. That said, it is still early in the financial year, so we will continue to take an interest in the funding of health boards. And we have noted the work of the Public Accounts Committee in relation to the accounts of the Health Board, and we look forward to their report. And as a committee, we also have an interest in the Rail Franchise Fiscal Agreement, and we are eager to understand how all of the fiscal arrangements between the Welsh Government and the UK Government interact. And we would like to see additional detail in the autumn on how the rail agreement influences the budget more widely. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this debate, and I look forward to hearing the comments of other members.
Thank you. Luke Ramsden.
I'm pleased to contribute as well to this debate and was pleased to take part in the Finance Committee's scrutiny of the supplementary budget. I concur with the comments that the Chair of the Finance Committee has made. Thank you for your reference to the work of the Public Accounts Committee. The work in terms of the local health boards and the financing of those is still in progress, so I won't say too much at this stage, other than to say that clearly there are ongoing concerns again this year about the deficits of the health boards. This isn't a new problem. This is a problem which has been running in one way or another, in at least the majority of the boards, for some time. And it is something that over time the Welsh Government does need to get to grips with, particularly in light of the fact that, as Mike Hedges will no doubt mention very shortly, health spending is growing, and pretty much at half, maybe a little bit more now, of the Welsh Government budget. So the deficits of those health boards is becoming an ever-increasing problem each year, and an increasing drain on the Welsh Government's budget. As the Finance Committee report identifies, there have been significant changes in both resource and capital allocations in this supplementary budget, with increases of £50 million and £134 million since the 2018-19 budget. But that said, it is true to say that they are, though substantial, they are not issues which are of enormous significance for us to worry about too much during this budget set in time. The Welsh Conservatives welcome the fact that further consequentials from the UK Government in the region of £2,761,000 in respect of research and development from the 2016 UK budget have come our way. There are the changes of the 2017 UK budget, and as we know, Wales will benefit from an extra £1.2 billion funding over the next 4 years, along with an extra £160 million for the Welsh NHS and local authorities over the next 2 years as a result of Barnett consequentials. We've not yet had a commitment from the Welsh Government yet as to whether, or indeed an indication as to whether they intend that money to be going to the health service. That would be welcome at some point, Cabinet Secretary, whilst we do need to make savings and efficiency savings within the health service and try and get the local health boards out of deficit. It's still also important to recognise that additional money of a certain proportion at least has come from the UK Government to the Welsh Government for spending in that area. I've mentioned, the Cabinet Secretary didn't mention, I don't think he mentioned the fiscal framework during this supplementary budget. We often mention it in this chamber. It's been welcomed by all parties. And it's good to know that Wales will receive funding of 120% relative to the English spend per head of population as a result of that hard-fought-for fiscal framework, and that is an achievement that should be recognised. If I can turn to some of the detail. A little bit of the detail of the budget. I mean, the Finance Chair has mentioned much of it. You did mention education, and you touched on money to replace the school uniform grant, and also changes in the Gypsy Traveller Roman ethnic minority portion of the EIG. That was a subject of some discussion. I know that the CYP committee have had concerns about cuts, certainly in the case of the Gypsy Traveller Roman ethnic minority portion of the EIG. how is that recognised within this budget? Are errors which have been made in the past in terms of money being cut off without new money being brought down the line, has that been rectified in this budget, and is that now dealt with? And in terms of economy and transport, the £10 million allocation from capital reserves for active travel routes to be welcomed, but it does highlight how we are still waiting. I think it's 5 years now down the line from the introduction of the Active Travel Bill, the Active Travel Act. I remember working on it in the last Assembly on the Enterprise and Business Committee, as was. Very good legislation in principle, but here we are still waiting for those outcomes some way down the line. So can we be confident that with this additional capital spend Cabinet Secretary, we will finally see a light at the end of the tunnel when it comes to some of these objectives from the Active Travel Bill being realised? As the Chair of the Finance Committee has said, we are monitoring closely the changes that we made, very much using this, I suppose, as a case study for future budget scrutiny. There are changes to that scrutiny coming down the line, which we have to look at with the devolution of tax powers next year. Welsh Conservatives, it will not surprise you to know, will be abstaining on this supplementary budget, as we didn't support the original budget, and this is amendments to that. But by and large, I'm pleased to have worked with the Finance Committee on providing extra scrutiny for this budget.
Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I just want to make 3 very brief points in this debate. Firstly, the first supplementary budget shows very small change from the original budget. If it showed substantial changes, we'd probably have a problem on our hands, and it would be very strange indeed if there was large blocks of money moving around. So I think that's what we've got to expect from the first supplementary budget. But whilst the changes are not substantial, I think it's really good practice that the Finance Secretary comes before the Finance Committee for scrutiny and we have a debate on it in this chamber. I think that it really is important that we carry on doing that rather than allowing, as the rules do, a letter from the Cabinet Secretary and a letter back from the Finance Committee. I've never been a great believer that sending letters between two parties is the best way of having a conversation, and things can get lost in translation. So really pleased that the Cabinet Secretary has continued the openness and transparency and willingness to engage, as his predecessor did with the Finance Committee. I think that's really good practice. But at some stage in the future, we will have a different Finance Secretary, and the standing order will allow just the exchange conveyed solely by letter. I hope this practice, which the previous Cabinet Secretary brought in, the current Cabinet Secretary now follows, of producing a supplementary budget, appearing for the Finance Committee, is carried out by all future Finance Secretaries, and then we have a plenary debate on it. Even if the plenary debate often consists mainly of people, or only on people, who were on the Finance Committee in the first place. But I think it is important that we get a plenary debate on it, and we do engage in that level of scrutiny. Secondly, transaction capital, which appears to be a Treasury method of keeping borrowing off the government's debt, does create huge difficulties. I welcome the Treasury has agreed to the Welsh Government's request to carry forward £90 million unspent financial transaction funding provided in the UK autumn's budget, in addition to the Welsh Reserve arrangements. This means that no funds have been returned to the Westminster Treasury. I think that's one of, if we're giving signs of success for any Cabinet Secretary of Finance, not sending any money back to the Westminster Treasury must be one of those things that you send sort of a plus on there if you're marking them, because sending money back to Westminster is the last thing we want to do. Can I quote the Finance Secretary who said to the Finance Committee, "The restrictions in the use of financial transaction capital make it an unwieldy instrument." Following the UNS classification of housing associations and the subsequent need for legislation to get housing associations designated as not public sector organisations, and meant for a short time transaction capital could not be used to support housing associations building homes. I welcome the first transfer of money that is being used to provide support for credit unions in Wales. I think there's very many of us across party who are very supportive of credit unions, who provide for many people an opportunity to borrow at a level that they couldn't borrow anywhere else, where they cannot get money out of the high street banks, but there's no shortage of doorstep lenders prepared to lend them money at obscene interest rates. So a small amount of money, which should be very useful to individual credit unions in the transition they're having to make in the rules that are newly being applied to them, and in terms of capital loan ratios. It's probably the difference in some cases between them being able to carry on trading or not, but it really is important that we do support these credit unions, because to many people the choice is a credit union or a doorstep lender. The other problem with transactional capital is not understood by the public that the money can be spent on schools and hospitals. You've got this money. Why aren't you spending it on our key priorities, roads, schools and hospitals? Finally, an issue that does not directly affect the Welsh Government budget but affects total government borrowing is the Student Loan Fund. Student loans form part of the annual managed expenditure, which increased by 22.5 million, 19.1 million revenue and 3.4 million capital. The Cabinet Secretary clarified that HM Treasury supplied the funding for the student loan book in Wales, and that work is being undertaken at the UK level regarding the classification of student loans. We are less exposed to Wales because we have a different student support system, which is more generous in terms of the grants we give rather than the loans that have to be prepaid. To me, the student loan book is like a giant Ponzi-type scheme. It keeps on increasing. You're lending money to people who will almost certainly never pay all of it back, and most will default. Where the basic tax rate for former students with loans is 8% higher than the rest of the population. If we added 8% of income tax for everybody else, there'd be uproar. But adding it for people who are graduates seems to be allowed. When will the Westminster Government realise the student loan scheme does not work, is not financially able to continue without building up bigger and bigger debt? It doesn't work. We need to have a new system of funding students.
Jane Hutt.
And can I welcome the first supplementary budget in this financial year? The Finance Committee, as has already been said by the Chair and by Mike Hedges, found little to comment on small change, as Mike Hedges said, on its first quarter, but I hope you also found the conclusions useful. I was pleased to welcome the NHS announcement in the Wales Infrastructure Investment Plan mid-term review, which will have a beneficial impact on health and social care. And like Mike Hedges, as patron for the credit unions in Wales, particularly welcome the financial transactions facilities that you're making available to assist credit unions with important new regulatory responsibilities, vital to support their ethical lending across Wales. But can I also take the opportunity today to acknowledge the achievements of the past decade in terms of the development of a fiscal framework for Wales, taking on board our new powers. In fact, Nick Ramsey mentioned this in his contribution, the first Welsh taxes for hundreds of years, a permanent positive adjustment to the Barnett formula, capital and revenue borrowing provisions, and preparations for the introduction of the Welsh rate of income tax. Whilst you're making a statement, I think we've got the opportunity to acknowledge this important point today. Disappointing, I have to say, Nick Ramsey, that the Welsh Conservatives will be abstaining, because I think really, from what you said, you support this supplementary budget today. And I think it's worth saying, Cabinet Secretary, that you know, support for this supplementary budget. Okay.
Have you mentioned twice, so I got a right to reply.
Very nicely too.
Well, yeah, and there are many things in this. Well, when I said that, I think I mistakenly said substantial changes earlier. I meant important changes rather than substantial changes. But yes, we always abstain on the supplementary budget because it does represent a change to the previous budget, which we did not support. So we don't want to cause confusion where it's not necessary.
Will you put that on the record now, Nick Ramsey? I mean, what I was going on to say is that it is a remarkable achievement that we will have, I'm sure, support for the supplementary budget today, and indeed, as you did say, Nick Ramsey, for the fiscal framework that has been achieved. And I would say, in spite of 8 years of austerity imposed on us and the Welsh Labour government by the UK government, but I think this is the achievement of this in terms of getting the budget through supplementary full budget and the fiscal framework is as a result of political will of the Welsh Labour government. But I would also acknowledge political collaboration, which is very pertinent, I would say, in terms of the Finance Committee, the political collaboration we've achieved to advance these fiscal powers in Wales.
Thank you. Neil McAvoy.
Diolch, Dirprwy Glawdd. I won't be supporting this budget here today. I didn't support the final budget, so I won't be doing it, as I said, today. What we have here really is some money just being shifted around, no great real change. The phrase fiddling whilst Rome burns really does come to mind. Wales is the only devolved nation which pays bedroom tax. Now, the Cabinet Secretary before said that that wasn't a matter for him. Well, it's a matter for Scottish politicians. It's a matter for politicians in the north of Ireland, where they've got rid of bedroom tax, which is it's a pernicious tax affecting the least well-off. If you look at Cardiff locally, Cardiff Council, they say that there's a £91 million shortfall in budget over the next 3 years. And I'll quote what the council has said. There will be services which we simply will be unable to offer residents in the future. It's a really, really serious thing. And what is being done? Not a great deal. If you look at the shortfall again, £91 million, well, at least that's less than the budget, less than the bonus that the Chief Executive of Persimmon awarded himself, or was awarded in January, £110 million. I want to point out that Persimmon is one of the companies, the corporate entities, ravaging our countryside in this area and making one hell of a profit. It's a bad budget from a bad government which has run out of ideas, and the sooner that this administration is gone, the better.
Call on the Cabinet Secretary of Finance to reply to the debate. Mark Drakeford.
Diolch yn fawr. I thank all those members who had relevant contributions to make to this debate. As Mike Hedges said, while the first supplementary budget is relatively limited in nature, it is an important part of the budget process, allowing changes to be reported to and scrutinised by the Assembly. His warnings of the evils of epistolatory practices will no doubt be reported to finance ministers in the future, should they ever deviate from that path. Mike also pointed to the way we've treated financial transaction capital in the supplementary budget. We've been able to carry forward the £90 million allocated very late in the last financial year. And while the restrictions on the use to which financial transaction capital can be put are real, our ability to do some innovative things, for example, in the funding of credit unions, is an example of the sort of imaginative uses that I am committed to trying to make of every penny that comes to the Welsh Government. Mike repeated the warnings he gave in the Finance Committee in relation to the student loan book. We are, as he said, less exposed to some of those dangers than across our border. The Cabinet Secretary for Education and her officials are taking a close interest in the findings of the review of student finance, which is being conducted in England, to see when it's published if it has any implications for Wales. Nick Ramsey raised the issue of health spending. Health spending is a priority for this government, and it is my job to make sure that there are always sufficient funds available to provide services and to pay bills in all parts of Wales. The NHS allocations announced by the Prime Minister recently are, of course, not for this supplementary budget or even for this financial year. And once we have some certainty over the actual sum of money that will become available to Wales as a result of those announcements, then I'll be pleased to report to the Assembly on how we intend to use them. The supplementary budget does indeed provide additional funding for the school uniform grant, which is now to be an expanded grant scheme, doing more than the previous one, and I was keen to make sure that the Education Secretary had the funding she needed to put that new scheme into place, as I have been to make sure that we are able to go on making provision for the Minority Ethnic Achievement Grant. The active travel routes allocation are there to accelerate the programme. I don't think it is a fair characterisation to say that nothing has happened in active travel, but extra £10 million allocated in this supplementary budget 20 million, next year 30 million, the year after that. It is a significant investment in making sure that we can do more than we have before in relation to that very important policy area. Followed very much what the Chair of the Finance Committee said. Thank him again for the report. The conclusions that the report, no recommendation, the conclusions that the report comes to set out a clear agenda for the Finance Committee in the work that it intends to do in the budget work that will be in front of us in the rest of this year, and it's very helpful to me to have seen the approach that the Finance Committee intends to take. Dear beloved, can I end by echoing the point that Jane Hutt made, that the budget for this year was set against the longest period of sustained austerity in living memory. It has a very real impact on our budget. Despite that, the first supplementary budget aims to place the foundations for the current year and to prepare the ground for difficult budgetary decisions which may yet lie ahead.
Thank you very much. The proposal is to agree the motion. Does any member object? Therefore, we vote on this item on vote under voting time. The next item on our agenda this afternoon is a debate on the Affordable Housing Supply Review, and I call on the Minister for Housing and Regeneration to move the motion. Rebecca Evans.
Thank you. Across Welsh Government, we know how important housing is. Because of the impact it has on people's lives, we've made housing one of our 5 priority areas in Prosperity for All. Our ambition is for everyone to live in a good quality home that meets their needs and supports a healthy life. In the last term of government, we achieved our target to build 10,000 affordable homes. We have committed to an ambitious target of delivering a further 20,000 affordable homes during this term of government. Whilst it's early days and we can't afford to be complacent, I am confident that we can achieve this by continuing to work closely with partners involved in housing delivery. We're making a record £1.7 billion investment in housing in this Assembly term towards the improvement of existing homes and the development of new homes. Last year alone, we invested £124 million in our social housing grant programme and a capital equivalent of £55 million in our housing finance grant. In addition, we have protected social housing for future generations and for those who need it most, with the abolition of the right to buy and the right to acquire. We also acknowledge the importance of addressing a range of different housing needs. We know that what some people want is support to buy their own home. The Welsh Government now supports a range of products aimed at helping people access home ownership, an offer which was expanded at the end of February when I launched the Rent to Own Wales and Shared Ownership Wales schemes. Help to Buy Wales has been a real success. By the end of March 2018, the scheme had supported the construction and sale of nearly 6,900 homes, and it will make a significant contribution to the delivery of our 20,000 affordable homes target. We recognise that we need to continue investing in housing, as this has clear benefits for the economy, supporting the construction industry and the associated supply chain. I'm working with local housing authorities to help them start building new council homes at pace and scale for the first time in decades. I want local authorities to be more ambitious in this area. They have a vital role in identifying the need for additional housing, but they're also well placed to identify creative means of responding to this need and strengthening our communities. One of our key challenges as a nation is reducing carbon across all sectors, and housing is no different. If we are to meet our climate change responsibilities, we need to take urgent steps to see how we can introduce low and zero carbon homes into mainstream delivery as soon as possible. Our innovative housing programme has made a good start at looking at potential solutions to some of these challenges. I'm excited by some of the projects that we've already funded. This work has included developing a better understanding of the practical issues which surround off-site manufacturing and construction. And I look forward to seeing even bolder innovative ideas being presented in the coming year, and I'll have more to say to members later in the year once these proposals have been scrutinised. Since coming into post, I have had the chance to listen to many views on the opportunities we have to work together with partners to improve delivery in the housing sector. This has been fascinating, thought-provoking, and has given me a real insight into some of the key challenges that we face. We have already achieved a lot, and we have ambitious targets for this term of government. But as we look to the future, I am clear that there's more that needs to be done to accelerate house building across all tenures. We face particular challenges as we seek to respond to the growing need for affordable housing solutions. It is therefore important that we occasionally step back to consider whether we are taking the best approach possible and whether we're using our resources to the greatest effect, especially given the continuing impact of austerity. This is why, in April, I announced a review of current arrangements across the affordable housing sector. I have established an impressive independent panel to oversee this work. This will ensure that the review is transparent and robust, and the panel will recommend changes as it sees fit, and I expect the panel to report by the end of April 2019. My intention is that the review should future-proof our housing supply policies and ensure that we're investing in the right programmes for the longer term, making the best use of our resources. The review panel is tasked with developing an independent view, but I've emphasised that its findings need to be fully informed by wide engagement with housing organisations and all those who care about housing in Wales and have an appreciation of our distinctive circumstances. There is huge expertise and enthusiasm, as well as lots of energy and ideas in the housing sector and amongst tenants, and it's important that we harness that if we are to find the best way forward. I'm pleased that we've been able to assemble a panel which offers such a strong cross-section of skills and expertise across the breadth of areas being considered by the review. As I've previously told the Chamber, the panel will be chaired by Lynn Pament, Cardiff Office Senior Partner at PwC. The members bring real insight into housing supply issues and solutions both in Wales and further afield. The panel are in the process of establishing a series of work-stream areas. These work-streams will involve members drawn from across the housing sector to inform the review's work. Detailed areas for investigation will include housing need, modern methods of construction, grant intervention rates, rent policy, and the use of public sector land. The full list of all the work streams identified by the panel was sent to all Assembly members last week. In addition to the work groups, the review panel will engage extensively with housing organisations involved in the delivery of affordable housing, as well as tenant groups. Panel members are anxious to contribute to events and conferences wherever possible. They also want to tap into the vast knowledge that we know exists in housing organisations and amongst the people they represent. So I would urge members also to engage with the review and to offer their opinions. I know that all parties in this chamber are concerned about meeting housing needs. We all appreciate the challenge of getting the most out of our limited resources, and I hope everyone will take the opportunity to feed their views in and provide evidence for the panel to consider. The review panel are in the process of issuing a call for evidence. This will be sent to a wide-ranging list of identified stakeholders and those believed to have an interest in the review. I know that the Chair is anxious that the review should provide a means for all those who wish to make a contribution to the discussion on this vital topic to have the opportunity to do so. And to close, Presiding Officer, I would add that the panel will certainly be looking at very closely at the contributions in today's debate in terms of informing their way forward. Thank you.
I have selected the 5 amendments to the motion. If Amendment 1 is agreed, Amendments 2, 3, 4 and 5 will be deselected. If Amendment 2 is agreed, Amendment 3 will be deselected. And if Amendment 4 is agreed, Amendment 5 will be deselected. I call for a vote. I call on David Melding to move Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Paul Davis.
And I move the amendment in the name of Paul Davis. 15,841. 20,158, 17,236. These are not abstract numbers. Let me explain. In 1954, the number of house completions or dwelling completed by all agencies was 15,841. 13,197 of those were in the public sector, the largest number of houses ever built by the public sector. That was 1954. In 1967, I will just finish this bit, 20,158 houses or dwellings were completed, 10,936 in the public sector. And in 1975, 17,236 dwellings were completed, 8,336 in the public sector, though that year the private sector just outbuilt the public sector. I will give way if you've got a point to make.
Just for clarification, these figures are for Wales.
Yes, they are for Wales, as we are the Welsh Assembly, thank you. Though, I mean, the question, I suppose, because the scale that these show is a good one to put, because of the numbers we are been routinely talking about in recent years, and both Labour and Conservative governments, it has to be acknowledged. But it just shows you how much we need to raise our ambition. Housing, affordable housing, ambition for housing provision, these are all areas of policy where we are simply failing in Wales at the moment and in the rest of the UK. And I believe it will be a shameful blight on the record of all of us if we allow this to continue. So I do welcome, to some extent, the establishment of the Affordable Housing Review. I mean, it could do useful work and get us to move on and approach the level of ambition that we need. I don't want to go over this old ground too much, but the target of 20,000 new affordable homes in a 5-year programme is a fairly modest one. And we need to, it may be a reasonable first step, but we need to have much more ambition during the 2020s, a time we can reasonably now prepare for, than we've had in the past 20 years or more. So I do think that we have to look at this in a very radical, profound way. And the best place to start is the late Professor Holman's report, published by the Welsh Government, or commissioned by the Welsh Government, published in 2015, to which, as far as I know, the Welsh Government has never replied. So I think one good thing for the review to start with would be your reply to the Holman's report. And I do hope that we can do that. And the main reason I say this is in the list of work streams and the scope of the review, the first work stream has the title Understanding Housing Need. This work stream states, I quote, "The review will consider how we can improve our understanding of exactly how many homes are needed across Wales, in which areas and which tenures are appropriate." And I do wonder why you haven't looked at the Holman's report. I simply don't understand why we're going over such old ground again. We already have an excellent piece of work by the then world-leading expert in housing need, and that should be where we should start. And that report, let me remind you, argued clearly and directly that if future need and demand for housing in Wales is to be met, there needs to be a return to the rates of house building not seen for almost 20 years, and an increase in the rate of growth of affordable housing. The main estimate suggests a need to return to the kind of building rates that we last had in the early 1990s. That is to meet existing Welsh Government targets. That's not to meet the new ones in terms of need. We're not building 7,000. We fall well short of 7,000 at the moment, whereas the actual target is 8,700. The alternative estimate in Professor Holman's work implies 12,000 additional units are needed a year. We've seen nothing on that scale since the 1970s. And again, that includes Conservative as well as Labour periods of government. So, of course, the Affordable Housing Supply Review could provide a stimulus to improve public policy, perhaps by realistically looking at possible funding streams and the need to build, perhaps, within the council sector again and expand it in the rest of the social sector, as well as stimulating private house building. I see I'm already out of time, and this is a subject that really does animate me, because let me just finish on this. I can't quite get through the rest of my speech. There's so much more data. But we should remember that in the 1950s, they saw housing and the right to good housing as a basic right for all was up there with the right to decent healthcare. That's what we need again, as Community Housing Cymru have said. Good housing is a basic right for all. And I do commend them for their increased ambition. I hope we can go even further than the 75,000 affordable homes they want to see built by 2036 in the sector. Quite simply, our ambition, and this should unite us all, there's no need for partisanship here. Our ambition should be homes for all. Thank you, Claire.
Gareth Bennett.
Call on Gareth Bennett to move amendments 2 and 5 tabled in the name of Caroline Jones. Gareth Bennett.
Diolch, Lywyd, and I move our amendments. Thanks to the Minister for bringing today's debate. I'm sure we all agree that affordable housing is an important subject, and we want to do what we can in the Assembly to make affordable housing available to more people in Wales. Looking at today's motion, we do oppose the Government's motion because it is somewhat self-congratulatory, and we note that many other people involved in the housing industry take the view that more does need to be done. We can't therefore agree with their point 1, which says that good progress is being made towards the target of 20,000 affordable homes, since there is common agreement in the sector that the target needs to be much more ambitious. Our Amendment 2 reflects that. Our Amendment 5 proposes that more extensive use be made of modular housing. That would be one way in which new affordable housing units can be built and delivered quickly. Other opposition parties have raised some valid points with their amendments, but unfortunately, in order to push our amendments through, we are abstaining on them, because if the other amendments pass, our amendments get deselected. That's just the way it's fallen today. In spite of that, I think all of the opposition parties can say that there is common ground in the notion that the Welsh Government needs to be doing much more in this field. On the subject of what the target should be, we do have this thorny issue of the Holman's target, which David Melding has raised again today. We tend to agree on this side with rising populations projected for the UK as a whole, which will affect us in Wales in our major towns and cities like Newport, Cardiff, Swansea and Wrexham. We do need a higher target. So we don't think the Welsh Government objective is ambitious enough to begin with. We know that the Welsh Government is pushing ahead with plans for shared ownership schemes, which can work up to a point. As I pointed out last time we discussed this, and the Minister agreed with me on this point, even assisted mortgage schemes like Help to Buy are not always affordable for many people in Wales, even those working in full-time jobs. This is because Wales is something of a low-wage economy, and house price rises, as we know, are outstripping wage increases. So ultimately, there is this basic problem of demand and supply, which leads to galloping house price increases, and this means that assisted mortgage schemes will be of only limited assistance in achieving the Welsh Government's objectives for affordable housing. To some extent, I think we have to adhere to the idea that housing is where you live. It doesn't have to be something that you own. We have to face the reality that more people in Wales today are moving into the private rented sector, and that many people will be living in the social housing sector. So we also need to keep an eye on rents. And an issue that has arisen is the issue that sometimes rents in the social housing sector may rise by more than they do in the private rented sector. I know the Minister has explained recently that there is an expert group advising on a new formula for setting rent increases in social housing. And I think that's good, but we do need to keep an eye on that issue of rising rents in the social housing sector. Now, there are opportunities in housing and in house building. We know that one of the problems facing the house building sector is a lack of skills. Many people working in the construction sector are getting on in years. I believe there are some figures indicating that the average age of people employed in construction is around 53, and we need to ensure that enough younger people are encouraged to enter this industry. We have now to address the problem of training our own people to get involved in this sector. There are various strands that I think the Welsh Government can thread together, with the Housing Minister working in concert with the Skills Minister and also the Minister responsible for the Valleys Initiative, which I was speaking on earlier today. I think a lot of these things are interconnected. I know that the Housing Minister has been working with the Federation of Master Builders and other bodies on this issue. She's also praised the example of Melin Homes in Newport with their apprenticeship schemes, and I think we need to encourage more firms to take up this good practice. The Federation of Small Businesses has done some recent research demonstrating that wages in the construction industry are, in the context of Wales, comparatively very good. We can also encourage more women to enter the construction industry as well, because with modular housing, not all of the jobs require a great deal of brawn or physicality, an issue that Jenny Rathbone noted last time. I know that the Minister today mentioned off-site manufacturing, and I think we do need to encourage more modular housing, as this is a quick way to encourage more affordable housing into Wales. Of course, we do have to ensure that high standards of quality are maintained at the same time. We should also be encouraging more SMEs to be able to move forward with their housing schemes, particularly infill sites, which Mike Hedges has advocated in the past. He probably will do again today. And I know that the Minister has mentioned the Wales Property Development Fund, specifically for SMEs to access finance, and I think that idea needs to be developed. Thank you.
Call on Bethan Syed to move amendments 3 and 4, tabled in the name of Rhun ap Iorwerth.
I'd like to thank the Welsh Government for bringing forward this debate today, because it is important we analyse how this review is going to move forward and explore some of the current issues in affordable housing. I've been keen to be cooperative on the broader housing agenda, as I feel that the Housing Minister does share many of our concerns, and I appreciate that she has made an effort to include us in her thinking on these issues. There will always be areas of disagreement, however, and I'm afraid that using the term ambitious in the context of the Welsh Government's affordable housing strategies is one of those areas. Firstly, there is broad understanding that 20,000 affordable homes over the course of this term isn't enough, with Community Housing Cymru noting last year that over 4,000 social housing units were needed alone each year in order to cope with basic population rise. This, of course, does not cover the private housing market, which has been under increasing pressure, particularly over affordability issues. I'm also concerned that there are difficulties with the Welsh Government's definition of what constitutes affordable. One of the biggest problems with the definition of affordable, and therefore what this Government considers success in building these homes, includes homes bought under schemes like Help to Buy. Only 75% of properties bought under Help to Buy went to first-time buyers. A quarter went to those purchasing a different or upgraded home, meaning that for a quarter of those purchasing under the scheme, they did not necessarily have affordability issues. A serious problem identified is that 2,277 of the homes bought under the scheme, a third of those bought, were for over £200,000 in value, and we know that that's quite a hefty sum. So why are these homes included in affordable housing statistics? How can we possibly classify that amount as being affordable? Only 701 homes were purchased for less than £125,000, a figure that is still out of reach of many people. In terms of the rented sector, intermediate rented housing is still out of reach of a lot of people, particularly those affected by welfare changes and cuts in recent years. So I believe that this point of what constitutes affordability needs to be addressed in this review, and a narrower, clearer definition established as to what constitutes affordable. When we don't have clear definitions, we won't begin to be able to realistically assess what we need to really tackle as part of this crisis. We do note that the numbers of new social housing units per year is increasing, but when you consider the overall trend going back over the last 40 years, the numbers being completed are still low. We are on a par at the moment with the late 1990s in terms of annual completions. We've also had an increase in the number of empty homes, despite Welsh Government Houses into Homes scheme. There has, in fact, been an increase of around 5,000 in the number of vacant properties in Wales since 2013. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Oh, that woke you all up, didn't it? It's clear to us, and should be clear to everyone in this Senedd, that despite Welsh Government soundbites and good intentions, we are not anywhere near enough to setting a bold enough agenda in this area in terms of availability of houses in the social rented sector, and we don't yet have the right definitions laid down when it comes to even what constitutes affordability. I'd like to briefly turn to some other aspects of affordability which has been touched on by the Minister. Energy efficiency is a key component to what is affordable. It matters because an energy-efficient home can make an energy-inefficient home can make this an unaffordable home too. This is recognised in the fact that the Welsh Government has the Arbed scheme and other governments across the UK have their own schemes, but it hasn't allocated the resources needed to fully upgrade social housing, and the targets for eliminating fuel poverty will not be met. Its efforts have been substantially less ambitious than in Scotland, and as such is likely that some of the existing affordable housing stock is not affordable. Social landlords have been adapting in different ways to this problem. We had a debate recently where we mentioned what's happening in Wrexham with regards to fitting of solar panels, but this is just one example and needs to be much more. There is a problem across the UK when building new developments also, where we are not including accessibility to services of employment centres as part of our considerations, which is why I think we get oppositions to many of these housing developments, particularly in rural areas. The effects of austerity have meant less sustainable sites, less public transport options and less services included as part of new developments. This not only makes it difficult for those on low income to build a sustainable and affordable life in a new home, but also makes it less acceptable to others in a local area where a new development is based. In the time that I have left, I would think we need to enhance on what we're doing in relation to tenants' rights, and I would like to see a bill to that effect go forward in this Assembly. I think we are passing a lot of legislation in relation to housing, but I'm not seeing enough on tenants' rights, and that obviously has a lot to do with reclassification, but I think that they need to be engaged much more. I've been going around lots of local housing associations, and people do feel not as involved as they'd like to in management fees and how they're determined, in the rents hike that social landlords have placed upon them. And so I would urge the Minister in all of this to consider the rights of tenants to be at the heart of any decisions that are made as part of this ongoing review.
Mike Hedges.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Housing is a basic need and a basic right. And I think that that is something that we really do need at the forefront of our minds whenever time we discuss housing. No week is complete without the need for more affordable housing being made to me by my constituents. In the last 7 days, a family of 4, including a disabled child living in a one-bedroom flat. Someone who is effectively homeless, sofa surfing, uses sofas in friends' houses, and they currently have no fixed abode where the next stop could be the street. A newly divorced woman who is finding it increasingly hard to pay the rent being charged by a private landlord. This is the reality of living in 21st century Wales. Each one is a personal tragedy. The sad thing is, if I was making this speech next week, I'd be talking about 3 or 4 different cases of people with exactly the same housing need. How did we get here? 30 years ago, finding affordable housing was not a problem. You might not have got either a council house or a housing association house in your area of first choice, but accommodation was available. A number of things have happened, some of which we've had control over and some which we haven't. There's been a decrease in the size of households. There's been an increase in population, both with pressure on needing more accommodation. We had a boom in the early 2000s, where people were given 110% mortgages, where we had steady economic growth. People thought everything was going to be fine forever until we reached the problem of the banking collapse. Within Britain, the average price was a house was £100,000 in year 2000 and £225,000 in 2007, before the financial crash brought the boom to an end. This was unsustainable. Certainly.
Ignored the warnings by the Housing Sector Housing Joined Together campaign throughout the early 2000s that there would be a housing supply crisis if the Welsh Government didn't reverse its 70% affordable housing cuts. That's long before credit crunch, and they ignored that, hence where we are today.
It was also before my time here. What I will say, council have continued to sell council houses and the right to buy, and I'm sure Mark Isherwood regrets the sale of council houses. Until recently, councils were not building. Low-cost own-occupied properties have become buy-to-rent properties. That's a real thing that affected very many of my constituents, very many people who are on medium earnings, who are working, who cannot now afford to buy a house when 25 to 30 years ago, they'd have had no difficulty because he's been mopped up by people who are buying to rent. While its interest of large house builders a bit less than demand, because the opposite means they will be left with unsold properties. Help to Buy, which increases the demand side, does nothing for the supply side. The shortage of housing is not at scale in the immediate post-war period. I mean, in 1945, we had houses lost to bombing, we had large-scale slum clearance in the 1940s and 50s. I'm not going to repeat what David Melding said, but I think he was making a really important point that building lots of houses and building lots of public sector houses is not unique, it's not difficult, it's been done in the past, it was done by Labour and Conservative governments. In Britain as a whole, council housing peaked under the Conservative government in the 1950s. 1959 Conservative manifesto was talking about how many council houses the Conservative government were going to build. There was a lot of expansion. I mean, I brought up in a council house on the outskirts of Swansea. Lots of council housing was built on the outskirts, or within the outskirts of many towns and cities, which has probably been outskirted, if such a word exists, since then. We've had house price boom and busts, but these are post-1960s. I mean, 1960s, 400,000 properties were built in Britain. When Wales' equivalent would have been around 20,000. Quality. The stats was usually talked about the Parker Morris standard, which set what the size of houses should be. And it said better to build flats and houses that are too large rather than too small. Imagine builders saying that today. Affordable housing to meet the needs of the people of Wales need more land released to small builders in plots below the LDP threshold, including infill sites. Councils to be funded and empowered to build council houses again. Unless we start building council houses, there is no way I can possibly see us reaching the number of houses in the affordable sector that we need in Wales. More needs to be done to bring empty properties back into use. If doubling the council tax doesn't work, try quadrupling it. And it must be at some point on the council tax amount that they're paying that people will actually put those houses back into use. Policy, and finally, I think that the key has got to be making sure that our policies are aimed at the supply side, not the demand side. Putting money in the demand side only pushes up prices.
Evan David.
I'd like to focus my contribution on the various work streams which are in the Affordable Housing Supply Review document that we received, and I'm going to reflect on some things Mike Hedges said, some things Bethan Syed said, and some things David Melding said. First of all, housing need has been talked about, and the need that, as Mike Hedges says, exists below the demand curve means that we aren't, through the market mechanism, delivering those houses. So it's quite nice to pick up where Mike Hedges left off. We need to build the right homes in the right places. If we leave it to the market mechanism, I don't think that's going to happen. I'll give you an example. There's a housing development in my constituency in Henry that's been approved by the government to build 260 homes. Of that, in the initial application, 60 of them are affordable. And by affordable, I don't think that affordability standard will match anything anybody in the north of my constituency would consider affordable. Those 60, the number is likely to drop when the houses actually get built. So if you're going to meet housing demand and housing need through the big house builders, it isn't going to happen. There needs to be different things happening. So building in the south and the north are two very different issues. I've long argued that local development plans don't meet housing need at all anyway. I think they are subject to failure, and I think the fact that the government has introduced this review demonstrates an acceptance of that fact, and also the fact that we're now talking about, as the First Minister said earlier, strategic development plans instead of local development plans. I think it demonstrates that we feel that the market mechanism isn't delivering what we need. And also the fact that the Welsh Government is consulting on disapplying paragraph 6.2 of TAN 1 demonstrates the fact that we aren't delivering housing through the current model. If I could look at workstream 6 in the review paper, which talks about construction supply chain involving modern methods of construction. Too often, the housing market, as I've said time and again, is dominated by the big four housing developers in Wales, and we aren't then building to need. I've cited the example in Cwmcallon constituency, where Cwmcallon estate in my constituency, where the quality of build and the quality of maintenance, the quality of upkeep is very, very poor. And I turn to an unlikely source to support my view of this cartel, this oligopoly that exists, the independent review of build-out rates by Oliver Letwin MP. Now, he's no supporter of the market mechanism, and I can see Nick Ramsey nodding, yeah, what a good source. Well, let me just read to you what he says on page 26 of his report. This is June 2018. I've argued that major house builders are certainly land banking. They proceed on a large site at a rate designed to protect their profits by constructing and selling homes only at a pace that matches the market's capacity to absorb these homes at the prices determined by reference to the local market. So they are not rushing to build. The fact that a major house builder holds large amounts of land is explained by the fact that major house builders need to maintain a sustainable business, ensuring that they, rather than their competitors, hold as much of the land as they are able, which will minimise market entry. What they are doing is holding land to maintain prices and prevent small firms from entering the market. That's classic large firm oligopoly behaviour, and as a socialist, it disgusts me. And as a capitalist, it disgusts David Melding. So I think that demonstrates that even if you divide on ideological terms, you can still find some commonality of practice. The traditional model of house building needs to change. And I met in my surgery just Saturday morning Kerry-Ann Thornycroft. She's born in Cardiff. She's a chartered architect and environmentalist, but she now lives in Gloucestershire. And she is trying to get self-build off the ground, of which she then acts as the project manager. She said there's no need to have, in her model, any housing developer to be involved. There are no costs to be saved, no opportunities to be missed based on end-goal profit margins. And when she says, in her email to me, she says, by self-build, I mean the future owners of the homes are involved from the start before a site is even found. So those people are involved, and she facilitates that. It's an innovative model which the Welsh Government, I think, should speak to Kerry-Ann Thornycroft and discuss with her this business called Green Roots Eco House. I think she's worth listening to. And finally, with regard to Workstream 9, existing powers the Welsh Government has, I think, there's problems Bethan said mentioned with estate management charges we've debated. I think we need an independent property ombudsman in Wales and the adaptation and strengthening of Rent Smart Wales as an arm's length regulatory and accreditation body for those estate management companies. Because what the estate management companies do is they add charges on top of your mortgage, on top of your council tax, which increases unaffordability. There's nobody regulating them. Let me tell you, if we all wanted to get together and set up an estate management company tomorrow, we could, and we could fleece people. But, of course, we wouldn't do that. But there are people out there who would. And I think we need a regulatory body. I believe, and in line with Workstream 9, I think the Welsh Government's got a tool there, Rent Smart Wales, which could act as an arm's length body, and the Association of Residential Management Agents believes that that is entirely possible. So this is a great step for the Welsh Government, but I think that more needs to be done according to the thrust of this debate.
Neil McAvoy.
Diolch, Llywydd. Labour is utterly failing Wales when it comes to housing. This motion claims that Labour are laying the groundwork for more affordable housing, but you only have to look at what's going on in Cardiff to see how absurd this is. Labour is simply selling out our city. Virtually every patch of green field in the west of the city and a lot in the east are currently being built on. And these aren't affordable houses built by local companies. These are very expensive houses being built by massive corporate housing developers. They don't care about our culture, our language, or our way of life. Beautiful countryside around Danes Court is about to be lost. Dog walkers and runners won't be able to go there anymore if we can't stop the building. We've got Regency Park being built. We've got the Ledger building going up in the new Central Quay development. Now, they could be anywhere, and they just don't sound Welsh. But can we at least get a bit of recognition for the fact that Welsh people have lived here for thousands of years? The houses are not really affordable either. Most first-time buyers would have no chance of finding £283,000 to buy a three-bedroom house in Pentrabane. My constituents just simply can't afford that, and they'll have to sit back and watch as wealthier people move in and live in the places where their children used to play in the fields. And you won't be able to get a doctor's appointment either. No new surgery places until 3,000 houses are built. 15,000 extra cars on the road. And please don't talk to me about air pollution. No prospect of any decent public transport alternative. Now, the suggestion in the motion that the Welsh Government is somehow driving housing efficiency is absurd also, because we all remember Labour completely backed down on efficiency targets for new houses. Yet you let the big corporate developers do exactly as they wish. So here are some suggestions. Do more about the long-term empty properties that blight our communities. Some have been empty for decades. Decades. Get them back in the market. Employ local people to renovate them. Everybody wins. I really don't understand why councils don't do such a very, very simple thing, and when it's so obvious and so beneficial to the local economy. And why are we not developing brownfield sites? There's such a surplus of employment land in South Wales, and yet these sites just remain there whilst we see the great green spaces being developed. The new developments should also reflect Wales. Welsh place names for the new developments, and they should be fully bilingual. The houses there should be for local people and not to appeal to some international property markets. Labour have made such a mess of housing. Local housing for local need, so that local people can afford to move in to their communities. We need a policy for housing which is localist in nature and which reflects the proud history of our country also. Diolch yn fawr.
Jenny Rathbone.
It's very difficult to disagree with David Melding. Good housing is a right for all, and so thought Nye Bevan, and he was the one who drove the very high standards of social housing that we were blessed with in the late 40s and early 50s. Obviously we would be well served to come back to those higher standards, because those houses have lasted the test of time and are sustainable. Whilst I would agree that the Welsh Government has an ambitious housing programme, it is not sufficient to meet the needs, because for most people private housing is unaffordable and social housing is inadequate to meet the demand. I would agree with Heaven David that we cannot rely on the big six house builders to meet our needs. They simply aren't going to build for the people who most need to be housed. I just wanted to look at the programme of innovative housing that was approved by Carl Sargent in October last year. There were 30 different projects awarded, some of them in Cardiff, and I think that this sort of project, it tells us that there's a lot of people out there who want to build innovative housing, and B, that this can be a way of providing housing that's flexible to meet people's needs and that also is energy efficient. So, for example, Cardiff Council is building 8 energy efficient family homes in the grounds of Green Farm Hostel in Ely, which is currently going to be used as temporary accommodation while families wait for a more permanent housing solution. But they are going to be movable so that they can be relocated to another site if they no longer are needed for the purpose for which they're going to be built at the moment. But it's indicative of how long it takes to get projects off the ground, because the Cardiff Council is absolutely behind what is their scheme. It's now been awarded planning permission, but they still haven't got people, able to live in these projects. But nevertheless, using the shipping containers that this is based on is a way of getting quick housing in order to meet the desperate need that we have. And there's a similar project being developed by Cadwyn Housing Association using sea containers for 1- and 2-bedroom homes with solar photovoltaics, 12 homes here in Cardiff in Bute Street on a vacant piece of land. These are excellent contributions to the desperate need, but clearly insufficient for the massive demand. But you can see that there are many other projects around Wales. Pentra Solar, who already have some excellent housing in parts of Denbighshire, they're now building homes using local timber in Carmarthenshire and Pembrokeshire. Other organisations are building to passive house standards, and these are the sorts of things we need. And I just think we need to do an awful lot more of them. In terms of the land banking that's going on by the big house builders, I hope that the vacant land tax that the Welsh Government intends to bring in the next session will help to deal with that. But meanwhile, I think there are other things we might want to embrace as well. There's a Newport-based charity called Amazing Grace Spaces, which is creating homes out of containers. And they've recently supplied Merthyr Valley Homes with 2 fully equipped containers for families to live in. And they're in the process of converting 4 containers for Wrexham Council. And so I'm hoping that that sort of thing can be embraced. I was also particularly impressed with another organisation called Down to Earth, which is Swansea-based, and therefore hopefully the Minister knows about it. But they are doing absolutely stunning building development, working with vulnerable people of one sort and another. Some of them are asylum seekers, some of them are people with mental health issues, and it's helping to transform those people's lives. They are acquiring the skills to build the buildings that are going to enhance their well-being. And Down to Earth is now on the approved list, procurement list for the Welsh Government. So I'm hoping that health bodies will embrace projects like Down to Earth. I would urge the Minister to consider amending the building regulations to reinstate the zero carbon standards introduced by Gordon Brown as Prime Minister and then abolished by George Osborne, because we cannot be building more homes that we then need to retrofit. But I look forward to hearing the Minister's response.
Julie Morgan. Diolch. I was going to concentrate my remarks on quality and energy efficiency. Earlier this year, I visited Swansea University's Specific Innovation and Knowledge Centre, where I saw the UK's first energy-positive classroom, which demonstrates how buildings can be designed to be energy generators or home power stations. The classroom has got an integrated solar roof and battery storage with solar heat collection on south-facing walls. And it's only been there 6 months, but during that time it has generated more energy than it has consumed. And in the previous Assembly, I was pleased to visit with other members here the Salsa House on Stormy Down, which I think was the first of its kind in Wales, and cost £125,000 to build. And I was extremely impressed at that, and then even more impressed at visiting Specific in Swansea a few weeks ago. And I think there is a lot of this a new innovative way of building around, and there are pockets of very good design, and Jenny Rathbone has mentioned some of them in her contribution, and has mentioned what Cardiff Council was doing. When I was in Swansea University, they were telling me about this concept of being the powerhouse is being designed into a new development in Neath by a housing association, Pobble, I believe. And this development features solar roofs, shared battery storage, the potential for electric vehicle charging, because obviously in addressing the carbon issue, we've got to do something more about electric cars, water heating from a solar heat collector on south-facing walls, waste heat is captured and recycled within the building, and all these combined technology will also help to keep bills down. Because these type of buildings as power stations are potentially able to cut fuel bills for households by £600 a year and reduce energy consumption by 60%. So what can we do in Wales to ensure that we build these types of innovative technologies into new homes, and in particular into affordable homes? Now, a few weeks ago, I met with one of the big private house builders who are building 2,200 homes in my constituency, and 30% of them will be affordable homes. And we had a good discussion about community benefits that they will bring to the area, cycle tracks and bus tickets for people and all those sort of things. But they're not introducing any of this energy-generating technology. And they're building, 2,200 homes, and it's part of a much bigger development because the population in Cardiff is growing, and we've got 8,000 people on the housing list, so we need these new homes. But I find it so dispiriting that there's going to be this wide-scale housing development where we ought to have this new technology built into every single one, and think what a difference that would make to the people who are going to live there. As I say, 30% of them are planned to be affordable, how it would help with their bills, and how it would save the future, the future generations. It would fit into all our policies, but all these houses are now going to be built in Cardiff, and my guess is that it's happening with all the big housing developers, that there's not any of this new technology being built in. So I wanted to ask the Minister, really, what could we do about this? What can we do to persuade the private house builders? They're the big private house builders. What can we do to persuade them to think of the future? And I would reinforce what Jenny Rathbone said about the building regulations. Obviously, we can influence by means of changing the building regulations back to what were abolished. So I wondered if the Minister could tell us if there are any plans, to look at the building regulations, and what can we do to try to build for the future.
Minister for Housing and Regeneration to reply to the debate. Rebecca Evans.
Well, thank you to everyone who's contributed to what I think has been a really helpful debate, and will certainly set the panel off in the right direction in terms of understanding the concerns that there are in this chamber. I'm going to try and respond to as many points as I possibly can. I'll begin with the issues of modular and modern methods of construction, because that was raised by most members who spoke in the debate. And of course, our innovative housing programme has already supported 21 different projects across Wales, which are very much within the spirit of the kind of project which Julie Morgan has just described. In fact, that Neath project is one of our innovative housing programme projects, which has been approved under last year's funding. The window for applications for the current round of funding finishes this week, so we're hoping to have lots more innovative ideas coming forward. So new ideas, but also ideas which build on the programmes which we've already seen working over the last year as well. So lots more opportunity to improve what we're doing there. We really need to get to a point really where this innovation is available to roll out at scale, and when it's commercially viable, to ensure that it's in more houses on the kind of scale that Julie described. And part of that does involve looking at building regulations, which my colleague Leslie Griffiths has the responsibility for. But I can confirm that building regulations Part L will be under review, which will commence later on this year. And it was successful previously in terms of achieving an 8% and 20% reduction in carbon emissions against the 2010 standards for new housing and non-domestic buildings, respectively. So I think now is the time for us to consider how we can be even more ambitious in future. The Innovative Housing Programme also provides us with an opportunity to see what more we can do using Welsh timber. I think that's something that many of us within this chamber, and certainly across government, are very passionate about doing. But we're also aware that one of the challenges that we do have when we're talking about innovative housing is how we can ensure that the industry is ready to respond in terms of skills. And again, this was something that was brought up in the debate today. There was a keenness to ensure that we are working genuinely across government, so the Valleys Task Force was mentioned, for example, and I can confirm that the Valleys Task Force is looking at a really exciting project involving what's called a clot shop, which Rhondda Cynon-Taf is leading on behalf of the City region. And that is about self-build and custom-build homes. The local authority will provide the land. It comes with the planning permission already there. The person who's interested in that self-build or custom building then chooses from a pattern book of homes, so even that's already done for them, and then they go ahead and build the house or instruct their builder to build to those standards. So making self-build and custom build as easy as it possibly can be. And it's something that we're keen to explore in the initial stages as part of the Valleys Task Force, but I think it has huge potential for across Wales as well. There was lots of interest in the debate in terms of support for SMEs. It was asked particularly how we can expand the support from the Wales Property Development Fund. Well, we've already done that. That fund started off as a £10 million fund, but it was so popular amongst SMEs, we've increased that fund now by a further £30 million. And let's not forget that funding actually gets recycled over and over again, so many opportunities for SMEs to benefit from that, alongside the Stalled Sites Fund, which we've introduced to free up some of those sites which, for whichever reason, so it might be remediation or cash flow, may be a reason why SMEs haven't built on those sites as well. So there's lots of exciting work going on in that particular sphere. The issue of rent policy was raised in the debate, and that's one of the streams of work which the panel have agreed or have identified as being important in terms of taking forward. When we're talking about rent policy, I'm always conscious that we need to be thinking about affordability for the tenants. And this is why this is our last year now of the 5-year agreement that we've had with the RSLs in terms of setting rent policy. So we've asked Heriot-Watt University to advise us on potential models to take this forward. And I did ask them to undertake roundtable work with tenants to understand affordability from their perspective, to make sure we are striking that right balance of doing the right thing by tenants, but equally by giving RSLs the funding that they need in order to continue to build homes, and particularly affordable homes and social homes, because this is all part of the wider picture. Everything in housing is interlinked in that kind of way. The issue of the opportunity for local authorities to build at scale and pace, well, this is something that we're particularly passionate about driving forward within Welsh Government, and one of the ways we can do that is by looking at the local authority borrowing cap. We've got £17 million within the existing borrowing cap, which is yet to be allocated, and we've been able to negotiate a £56 million uplift to the borrowing cap from the Treasury as well. So that means we have £73 million to allocate amongst local authorities. So some final work is now going on with local authorities to draft the procedures to enable LHAs to be bidding for additional borrowing capacity. And we're doing that working in collaboration with housing and finance representatives of local housing authorities and the WLGA to agree the final documentation there. We talked in the debate about housing need, and this was the first of the work streams that the panel identified as needing to be taken forward. There is a view that the Holman's report does need to be updated because, as I understand it, some of the data used in that dates back to how households were forming back in the 1990s. So I think it is perfectly legitimate to be looking to update that piece of work in terms of informing the way forward, because this review is very much about the longer term. It's not about quick fixes to housing, but it's about meeting long-term supply, long-term demand. Yes, of course.
You know, if they can build on the Holman's model and bring it up to date, that's fine. But it was published just 3 years ago. I mean, I think we can exaggerate how out of date you may feel it is.
As I say, some of the data within that does go back to the 1990s. I think whatever our data comes up with, whatever Holman's data comes up with, I think we can all agree that we need to be building more homes and that we want to be building more homes. So we certainly have, I think, that area of commonality. But I would just finish on the issue of housing as a human right. This is something that various members also mentioned within the debate today. And although Welsh Government can't legislate to make housing a human right, we can nonetheless very much recognise it and operate within the spirit of that. And we do that in one way, for example, in our Housing First principles. The first principle of those Housing First principles is that housing is a human right, and that very much sets out the spirit in which we are pursuing our housing ambitions for Wales.
If Amendment 1 is agreed, Amendments 2, 3, 4 and 5 will be deselected. The proposal is to agree Amendment 1. Does any member object? Object? We will defer voting under this item until voting time, and that brings us to voting time. And the first vote is on the first supplementary budget debate for 2018-19, and I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Julie James. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 30, 23 abstentions, none against, and therefore the motion is agreed. The next vote is on the debate on the Affordable Housing Supply Review. Amendment 1. If Amendment 1 is agreed, Amendments 2, 3, 4 and 5 will be deselected. I call for a vote on Amendment 1, tabled in the name of Paul Davis. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 12, 2 abstentions, 39 against. Therefore, Amendment 1 is not agreed. Amendment 2. If Amendment 2 is agreed, Amendment 3 will be deselected. I call for a vote on Amendment 2, tabled in the name of Caroline Jones. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 15, no abstentions, 38 against. Therefore, Amendment 2 is not agreed. I call for a vote now on Amendment 3, tabled in the name of Rhina Piourwerth. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 22, 2 abstentions, 28 against. Therefore, Amendment 3 is not agreed. Amendment 4. If Amendment 4 is agreed, Amendment 5 will be deselected. I call for a vote on Amendment 4, tabled in the name of Rhina Piourwerth. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 22, 2 abstentions, 29 against. Therefore, Amendment 4 is not agreed. Amendment 5. I call for a vote on Amendment 5, tabled in the name of Caroline Jones. Open the vote. Close the vote. In favour 14, no abstentions, 39 against. Therefore, Amendment 5 is not agreed. A vote, therefore, on the motion as amended. I call for a vote on the motion tabled in the name of Julie James. Open the vote. The unamended motion. Sorry, I didn't scrap one of the amendments. Apologies for that. I call for a vote on the motion which is unamended, tabled in the name of Julie James. Open the vote. close the vote. In favour 29, 12 abstentions, 12 against, and therefore the unamended motion is agreed, and that brings today's proceedings to a close.